You guys. Call the meeting to order. If you have a cell phone, I'd appreciate it if you put it on silence or vibrate. We'll do a roll call. Commissioner Lundvall. Here. Commissioner Jolovich.
Here.
Commissioner Masterson.
Here.
Commissioner Brokaw. Commissioner Roberts.
Here.
Commissioner Bell.
Here.
I'm Commissioner Ladwig and I'm here. We have a quorum. A few instructions, members of the public who wish to address the commission on any agenda item, please fill out a comment form located at the registration desk at the back of the room and hand to one of the staff who will forward it up to us. Assisting with the meeting today is, this is wrong. What's her name?
Tony or who you looking at? Oh, Janet.
Janet Millett. Had to get us some help there. Thank you. If you're participating via Zoom, you should have submitted an advance comment prior to the start of the meeting. If you would still like to comment on an agenda item, please contact the host. As we work through the agenda, the public will have the opportunity to address the commission. To ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak and as a courtesy to others, please limit your time. Commissioners, red means you're on the air, so on your mics. Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Guess we got a pretty good agenda, so we'll go right into business. The first agenda item, I think, is Roy Weber, Lands Branch Chief out of Services.
All right. Mr. President, members of the Commission, Director Nesbitt, good morning. This morning, we'd like to discuss the potential sale of the Teton WHMA to the U.S. Forest Service. So I'd like to give a little history of as far as what got us to this point, and then hopefully get some direction from the Commission as far as how to move forward. So the Teton WHMA is a 320-acre parcel of property located northeast of Jackson. It's bordered on the west side by the National Elk Refuge, on the other three sides by National Forest Service property. The property has pretty poor access, and so it's always been held for wildlife habitat since it was purchased in 1965. And we've looked into selling the property in the past and have not done so. So the U.S. Forest Service has approached the department about potentially purchasing the property from us at market value. So we talked to the commission in the spring of 2023 about potentially selling the property. So at that time, the direction was to find out the price of the property and then find out other terms of the sale. And if the property is purchased by the U.S. Forest Service, it will be integrated into the national forest and protected from development and held for wildlife habitat. That's currently what we're holding the property for, and that's what it'll be held for as Forest Service property as well. So some of the steps we've taken: we completed an environmental assessment with a public comment period in 2023. We appraised the property to Yellow Book standards, which is the appraisal standards for federal land acquisitions. The value of the property came in at $15,360,000 for the 320-acre tract. We applied, the U.S. Forest Service is currently applying for a grant to cover the entire cost of the acquisition with an anticipated closing date of fiscal year 2026. And we currently have a contract from the Forest Service, which expires at the end of October, for us to sell the property to them if we so choose. If we want to use the entire proceeds of the sale towards other properties, we would have to find properties with similar resource value within several years after that closing date of the property. So if we close on the property in fiscal year 2026, we'll have several years after that date to find properties to replace it with. And like I said, the purchase contract expires currently at the end of October. And that's why we're coming to you today we don't have another commission meeting between now and then, so we need some direction from the commission as far as how to move forward. And with that, I'll open up for questions or discussion.
Yeah, Mr. President, if I may, I can kick this discussion off. I think at this point in time, the department's, I don't think I know, the department's recommendation at this point in time is to not move forward with the sale to the U.S. Forest Service, but also realizing that they do have a deadline for this contract being the end of October. relaying to the Forest Service that, we certainly don't want to close the store as an option down the road, but today, I think there's some uncertainty about a lot of things that interplay with this sale in that part of the world, particularly implementation of our feed ground management plan that was just recently approved and some other interplay with other issues in the area. So my recommendation is that the commission take no action at this time, but relay to the Forest Service that, we're not closing the door to this option. It's just not the perfect time right now. And it very well may be sometime down the road.
Thank you, Director. Is there any further discussion? Is there a motion?
Sure, Mr. President. I move that the commission take no action at this time on the sale of the Teton WHMA, but we do reiterate back to the Forest Service that we're still an able partner, but not right now. And Tony can do those words, make me sound good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Mr. President, maybe just something simple, like we're taking no action. The motion is to take no action on it. I don't know. Might be simple.
Ashley did the second. Did you get that? Ashley did the second. Okay, motion's been made and seconded to take no action at this time. Any further discussion?
Mr. President, I think we should just make a quick ask. This was added to the agenda a little bit late. Make sure there's nobody that wants to comment either online or in the audience here.
Is there any public comment before we vote? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion passed. Thank you. Craig Smith, Deputy Chief.
Good morning, President Ladwig, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, Craig Smith, Deputy Chief of the Wildlife Division. Here to present the Chapter 28 draft regulation that governs bigger trophy game animal, game bird, and gray wolf damage claims. All right, just a little bit of housekeeping. We'll kind of have this presentation broken up into three separate sections. The first, we'll just give a little bit of background to I think you're all well aware of the situation here, but we'll do that anyway, get you back up to speed. We'll go over the proposed regulation that we took to the public and some of the minor changes that we did make to that. And then also I wanted to provide an example of how this might look in the event that we do have one of these claims for extraordinary damage to rangeland, just to give everybody a little bit of a feel for how this might be implemented. So in the background, this proposed change will affect all big game animals that are eligible for damage. However, it's really centered around elk, and that's the way it's been for quite some time now. We've worked closely with landowners and the department trying to collaborate and find solutions to over-objective elk populations in places that involves hunting as the primary tool. And it all kind of came to a head here recently in the last couple of years. And in February of this year, the Joint Ag Committee sponsored House Bill 60, which would have directed the commission to expand opportunities for landowners and lessees to be eligible for an award for extraordinary damage to rangelands. Now, that legislation did not pass, but in those conversations and in that work that we did in preparation for that, basically the department decided that we needed to do something anyway. It's been a while. We've been struggling with this over-objective situation for quite some time. And so in the spirit of that, we thought we should take that information forward and develop a regulation. So through that collaboration, one of those outcomes in trying to address these issues with overobjective elk populations is this draft that we have before you today. And just as a little bit of a reference, I know you saw a map like this yesterday with Deputy Chief Binford's presentation, but for purposes of this overobjective, numerical overobjective, I don't have a pointer, but we're looking at the dark blue and the darkest green. Those are currently our herd units that are over a numeric objective. And then all of the gray and white are fall into an other category where we don't have a numeric objective. And so we'll discuss how that's applied in both of those situations here in just a moment. So the first thing that we had put in the draft regulation, which was valid as of June 12th and was taken out to the public, was a change to the definition of extraordinary damage to grass. So what we basically did there was added a Romanet number 3 subsection that was specific to damage to rangelands managed for livestock forage. And this slide here, this is the draft that went out. We did not make any changes to this definition as a result of public comment or after the comment period. So that hasn't changed at all from the draft regulation. The next change that we had proposed and took to the public was the addition of Romanet number 3 underneath the definition of extraordinary damage to grass. And so I'll walk through this under Romanet number 3. The original draft read, extraordinary damage to grass may include damage to forage on privately owned or privately leased rangelands under the following conditions. We did receive feedback, not necessarily through the public comment, but through folks that called for clarification and brought to our attention that it was unclear whether there was intent to include only private land in this part of the regulation or to include public land as well. So rangelands on public land. It was never the department's intent to include rangelands on public land. And so the change that we made through the public comment period was to strike the word privately that's in red there and insert the word private between leased and rangelands, so that we tried to make it more clear that it's privately owned or leased private rangelands that are eligible for this damage on rangelands. And there's a few other changes in here that we did specific to trying to provide clarity on the private versus public eligibility. Everybody tracking on that part? Look.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
good morning.
Good morning.
I absolutely track what you're doing, and I agree with it. And trying to word that so that we exclude public land leases is troubling me, because I think the way you originally had it and then the way we've ended up with it, I think it's just a tad bit ambiguous. So can I just kind of put a pin in that for now and come back to it? Given what the purpose and intent is, maybe we can discuss that at an appropriate time, Mr. President.
Absolutely. So then in Romanet 3 and big A, this was all new language that was inserted here. And again, the red highlighted with strike through was part of the original draft that went to the public. And everything that you see in bold blue that's underlined was added as a result of information we received and trying to clarify some certain things. So under 3 big A, where a big game animal herd unit is over its numeric objective as established by the commission for 3 or more consecutive years, and damage by big game animals exceeds 15% of the estimated annual forage, which shall be based on standard animal unit month of forage consumed equivalent to 750 pounds of dry forage. For purposes of this subsection, An over objective big game animal herd unit means a population estimate that indicates the herd unit is greater than 20% above the numerical herd objective as set by the commission. You heard a lot yesterday about herd objectives in the review. I think everyone's up to speed that our approved numerical objectives are considered at objective until they exceed 120% of that number. So we're just relying on the same information that we use to evaluate our herds and whether or not they are at objective or not. And in addition, where we struck the words over objective, there was some question as to how we would apply this if it meant that only the way it was previously worded, if that meant that only the number of animals that were in the over objective portion of the population would apply to damage, or if it just had to be the threshold was a population that is over objective, then becomes eligible for the damage. And so we struck the over objective big game animals to try to provide clarity. And so that the answer to the question is, if the herd unit is over objective and there's an excess of 15% forage used by wildlife, then it will be eligible under this subsection. And then in big B under Romanet 3, we just wanted to provide a little bit more clarity. Originally, it said damage to rangelands by big game animals that exceed 30% of the estimated annual forage production based on the standard equivalent to 750 pounds of dry forage. And we changed that to include the words in big game herd units that are not over their numeric objective or that do not currently have a numeric objective, then that 30% threshold would apply. And I'll explain the 15 and 30% where we arrived at that here in just a moment. So those are the two new additions to the damage draft regulation. One would apply to herds that are over objective and exceed 15% loss of forage. And the other one applies to those that are not over objective or do not have a numeric objective and exceeds 30% of the forage. In addition, we took out the draft new regulation to define what rangelands means. And so rangelands means non-cultivated private lands grazed by domestic livestock, not typically mechanically harvested or manipulated, and dominated by grasses, forbs, shrubs, and widely spaced deciduous or coniferous trees. And so again, this was just an effort to address the private portion of this and to exclude any public lands that might be, just to provide that clarity. So as I said before, we did take this out to the public. We did not have a lot of in-person attendance. We had a total of 12 people that attended our meetings that each region had across the state. The comment period was open from June 13th until August 6th, which was our 45-day comment period. And then we did have received mailed in comments. And as I mentioned before, several phone calls with questions on seeking clarification on what it really meant. What you will see is most of the changes that we made were based on a lot of those clarifying questions. So just to give you a rundown of the comments and feedback that we did receive through the in-person and mailing and online. So we had 53 individuals submitted comments, and some had multiple topics included in the comment that they did provide. And I don't know what's going to happen here. Let's see what happens. There it comes. So we had 31 comments that were submitted that were opposed to the department compensating landowners without free public hunting access to help address the excess big game animals. 10 comments stated that the proposed changes would likely incentivize landowners to keep large herds on private land and not address the issue. There were concerns that landowners may seek damage compensation while charging trespass fees from hunters or receiving compensation from leases. 9 comments were opposed to allowing damage payments for landowners that were already compensated through access trespass fees or outfitter fees. 8 comments stated that any application fee increases should not be used to compensate landowners for damage. 4 other individuals believed that sports person dollars should not be used to pay for damage claims. 3 comments suggested that a landowner should be required to enroll in an Access Yes program to be eligible for big game damage payments. 2 comments did not believe that the department should pay for rangeland damage on public land. And 2 other comments were generally in support of the regulation. And just another view, obviously, 46 total comments that were not in support of the draft, 2 in support of it, and 5 of those comments were off topic. And again, the majority of those comments related to not being in support of it were really suggesting that there had to be some sort of a free access component for them to be comfortable with this, or that the landowners would have to sign up for the Access Yes program. And I'll explain why those changes were not made during this draft in just a moment. I just wanted to provide an example to hopefully give a little bit more clarity on how this might look once we go to implement this change. And you don't need to get bogged down in all the words and everything in there. So, but where we came up with these recommendations is we wanted to utilize standards that are commonly applied in the agricultural community to support rangeland health. And the bottom line there is that we need to know how many animals a particular rangeland is rated for, or how many animal unit months it's able to support. And we wanted to know how that harvest efficiency looks. And so how much of that forage that's available can be used by, can be used by livestock or wildlife. And so we need to understand those 2 concepts in order to apply the 15%, those thresholds of 15 and 30%. And really the standard that's out there in publications and in the university extension and that's utilized commonly is a take half and leave half principle when we're talking about grazing on rangelands. And so what we look at is, or what we looked at to arrive at the 15% is in the take half, leave half standard, there's anywhere from 15 to 25% of that total forage that's available out there is basically allocated for other uses, including wildlife use, insects, whatever it might be, trampling, bedding, those types of things. And 25 to 30% or 25 to 35% of that available forage is specific for livestock. And so we looked at the 15% minimum that's available for for wildlife use, and determined that if we're over objective, we're already putting an impact on folks. And the principle here, the standard is 15% is the minimum. So if we exceed that minimum standard, then they should be eligible for rangeland compensation. Flip side, on the 30%, if we don't have an established population objective, a numeric objective, within that 25 to 35% that's available for livestock, we're talking about situations where we are not over objective and we do not have a numeric objective established. So it's a little bit different situation. And we chose 30%, which is the mid range of that amount of forage that should be available for livestock, just as a little bit of skin in the game, if you will, for it to be an extraordinary impact. We thought it should be somewhere in the middle of that acceptable range. So first off, how's the department going to determine rangeland damage by big game? And I'm going to give you a little bit of a caveat to begin with. The department currently uses consumption rates specific to elk, and this example is for elk, of 12.46 pounds of forage per day, and a conversion or an animal unit equivalency of 0.48. So the animal unit equivalency says, if we're dealing with AUMs, which is 750 pounds of forage, In livestock terms, that's what it takes for 1,000-pound cow to forage they need for a month. It's about 2.1 elk equal that same amount. Those are the numbers we're using currently. There is information out there in UW Extension and other extensions offices that's published that talks about a conversion being 0.6, which is equivalent to a yearling cow. And that's based on the consumption by an adult elk. When the department originally developed these numbers, the 12.46 pounds and the animal unit equivalent of 0.48, it was an average of what a cow, a bull, and a calf would eat in a month, and then averaged out across all of those different ages. And so we're going to have to look at this before we go forward, and we'll make some determinations whether we stick with our current information that we've used or we adopt the difference that's out there in the published things. Either way, we'll figure it out. It may, if we go with the 0.6 and the 15 pounds that's published per day for elk, it may change a little bit, you know, how we count animals in terms of the amount of damage that's done. But we will work through that, and we'll be consistent with that statewide. But for purposes of this example, I just wanted to make sure you understood that I'm aware of those other figures that are out there, but we chose to use the current information that we have. So in this example for elk use, just going to throw these numbers out there. You had 1,000 acres of rangeland. And either through observations by department employees, by landowners, by both in combination, or by going out and evaluating on the ground the amount of use by doing a pellet count survey, whatever method is utilized, we determined that there's 150 elk that have utilized this rangeland for 50 days. So we just multiply that and say, well, there's 7,500 elk days that we're using this rangeland. If we divide that 7,500 elk days by 30 days per month, we end up with 250 animal unit months. And then in order to put that in from elk terms into livestock terms, we multiply by that animal unit equivalent of 0.48, and we determine that there's 120 livestock AUMs of elk use that occurred. So those 150 elk for 50 days equates to 120 animal unit months. So that's the use side. Now on the production side, I mentioned here that we use the Rangeland Carrying Capacity app. There are multiple tools that are available online. There's a rangeland analysis platform. There's this Rangeland Carrying Capacity app through Colorado State University. And there's probably others, but these are opportunities for us to utilize those in combination with discussions with the producer and to determine an estimate for what's out there for rangeland forage production. And quite honestly, any producer out there is going to be able to tell us that they stock it at 100 AUMs or a 50 or 5,000, whatever that is. We're going to be able to determine what that production is based on by utilizing the AUM. And that's kind of why we put it in the definition. It's a very universal language, if you will, in the livestock community. And with an AUM, it's a supply and demand situation. So how much forage is out there and how many animals are going to eat it? And we can use the AUM to determine either production or the stocking rate. So same situation, 1,000 acres of rangeland. And just, we use this app, let's say, and I went out and I circled 1,000 acres on a map and plugged in some numbers, and it told us it had 593.31 pounds of forage per acre. So we take that amount that the app says we have, we multiply it by the 1,000 acres that we're considering to get a total production in pounds. We know that from our standard of take half, leave half, that basically 15% is going to be attributed to elk. So we do the math, multiply those pounds by the 15%, and we come up with a poundage of 88,996.5 pounds that's available for elk use. So that is the threshold. If our elk exceed that amount, then they fall into the extraordinary damage to rangelands. But first, we take the pounds. And we're saying that elk consume 12.46 pounds per day. So we divide it by that amount to come up with our elk days. Divide it by 30 days to get towards our AUM. And we find out that we're at 238.09 AUM. And then we apply the conversion, the animal unit equivalent, and we determine that there's 114.3 AUMs that are available for elk use. So on the left-hand side, we used 120 for elk, and we had 114.3 available. So we would take the 120, subtract the amount available, gives us 5.7 AUMs of extraordinary damage to rangeland. And then we would need to apply the going market rate for the private land AUM. In this case, we used a figure of $30 as an example. So 5.7 AUMs at $30 would be $171. And again, these numbers are made up by me. I just threw it out there just to show you how the math would work and make sure everybody's clear. Is everybody clear on the example? All right. So the next slide, my intent here is this is not part of the draft recommendation or a change, but I thought it was pertinent at this point to address the comments about access and free access and allowing hunters and that situation. It's very commonplace for us to hear concern that the department is just willy-nilly stamping damage claims left and right and not requiring hunting to occur on these properties. And so I just wanted to take a quick moment, informationally only, and put it out there for anybody that's paying attention and listening, and for the commission, that the department within your regulation does require a sufficient number of hunters to be allowed access on the property in order to be eligible for a claim. And so sufficient number of hunters means, and it's kind of wordy, but it means the number of hunters who are granted hunting access necessary to successfully harvest more than the number of big game animals, trophy game animals, etc., that survive to 1 year of age into the segment of the population responsible for doing damage. So 1 year of age is what we call recruitment. If they become a contributing member of the population as a yearling, then we consider that recruitment. And we look at that on a 3-year average of what that is. That is the minimum requirement. So what does that mean? You know, annually, the department goes out and conducts classification counts for deer, elk, and antelope and other species. Those classification counts result in ratios that are expressed in the number of bulls, the number of juveniles, the number of yearling bulls, etc., per 100 cows. So what we're looking at here as an example, if we went out and conducted classifications and were able to observe enough, or a spike, say for instance, spike elk, that's going to be our yearling count. If we had 5 spike elk per 100 cows, then we would assume that we also had 5 female yearlings that survived were recruited into the population. And so at every 100 cows, we would expect enough access to successfully harvest 10 animals. If there was that many, if there was 100 cows that were causing damage, we would expect access for 10 people. And so on the baseline, that's what we're looking at in terms of allowing enough hunting. There's always, every one of these cases that comes up, there are always extenuating circumstances that we have to consider, but that is the bottom line that we hold folks accountable to. And I also just wanted to mention real quick that all of the other eligibility requirements in the regulations still apply. You still have to notify in a timely manner within 15 days. You have to submit the claims within the timeline, have it notarized. All of those things still apply. This is an addition to the current regulation. And we're still in the same boat. This is just an additional tool in the damage toolbox to address some issues. So with that, I would suggest the commission vote to approve damage draft damage regulation, chapter 28 as presented, and I'll take any questions.
Mr. President, I have numerous questions, but I don't know whether properly, is this be time or wait for everybody to go? Or maybe answer them, I'll give it a go now if it's okay. How much money is it estimated that's going to cost the department to implement this?
President Ladwig, Commissioner Roberts, that's a very difficult number to come up with. Now, when we went through the legislative process, we're required to provide a fiscal impact. And at that time, given the draft of the rules, we went through and tried to estimate what that might look like. And the estimate, I don't know the exact number, it was anywhere between 1 million and upwards of $10 million that it could impact the department. However, the great unknown here is how many folks out there are going to qualify and how many of them are going to utilize this as an opportunity. So that's the best that I can give you. I really can't come up with a number to tell you.
Okay. So how many other states allow for this kind of damages with like extraordinary rangeland damages? How many other states do we know that do this, what we're looking at here?
Another great question, Commissioner Roberts, that I don't know an exact number to. Several of the western states do pay damage in a similar fashion. Most of them have further restrictions applied to what they are willing to pay, but I cannot speak to the total number of other states that have rangeland damage at this point.
And Mr. President, if I may, just one thing that's, I think it's really pertinent to that question is that other states oftentimes do implement different policy to address the issue with paying damage. And some, I know a lot of the Midwestern states, they issue landowner licenses directly to landowners to do whatever they want with them. That's one of the ways that other states have found to not have to pay rangeland damage.
Do we have an idea on how many of the affected ranchers are participants of Access? Yes, or I mean, because it's pretty much like centralized in a few locations. Do we have any kind of idea how many Access Yes people are allowing hunters on there?
If President Ladwig, Commissioner Roberts, if I understand the question correctly, I think you're asking if we have current folks that are receiving damage are enrolled in Access Yes, is that?
In these damaged areas that we're talking about. I mean, to me, it's hunters can solve this problem to me, in my belief. And it's a matter of getting hunters on there to solve the problem. I think it wins for both, but the biggest complaint is these folks are saying, hey, we can't get on these ranches. I mean, you can say what you want, but we show up to the gate. We can't get in there. They're not letting us. And so, and obviously all the sportsmen, all of the comments are against this kind of thing. So I'm just saying, is there any kind of mandatory thing for saying, hey, you will allow these hunters on? Now, I've seen a list of people who allow hunters on, and it's usually family, friends, whatever. Very few that it's outside public that I've seen on the list. It's always pretty much. So I think it's easily solvable with hunters. I think that if it's that big of a problem, then we can address it. Is the legislature, have they said anything about kind of compensation for the sportsman or the department to or is the sportsman going to take the blunt of this once again?
Yeah, President Ladwig, Commissioner Roberts, I understand now the first part of your question. I would say there's definitely a mix in terms of who is enrolled in Access Yes currently and is receiving damage and is receiving payments. There are probably some that are not enrolled. But again, I get back to the sufficient number of hunters based on the circumstances of each case. If they do not allow enough hunting according to the regulation as it is now, then they are not eligible for the claim. And we have denied claims based on that. that have become before the commission. I think it was maybe 3 years ago, we had one that was denied and was upheld by the commission. And in addition, there are circumstances every year where we advise someone who wants to be paid that they don't meet the qualifications based on the hunting, and that they're welcome to file a claim, but that we will deny it. And they ultimately usually don't file. They do their homework and they try to meet the requirements in the subsequent year. As to your second part of your statement there, and whether there's been any compensation provided, the current plan, the way it works, it's all funded by dollars provided by sportsmen through license fees. During the last legislative session, there was discussion about making a payment to the department to help compensate and cover the cost of this, but again, that legislation did not pass, and so that's not an option at this time.
I mean, I just would think that it's very solvable to me. I mean, allow more hunters on, kill more elk. Everybody's happy. I don't know why these extraordinary expenses for range land or whatever are even into play. So, I mean, if you go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts. So, I can give you I'll give you an extreme example of where the department has worked very, very hard to try to use hunters to solve an issue with definitely a lot more elk than we would desire to be there. I won't mention the ranch name, but I'm thinking of a ranch in southeast Wyoming where this particular landowner is not enrolled in Access, yes, but he allows every person who comes to his gate or his door and asks permission to hunt elk. His challenge is that he's surrounded by ranches, large ranches that do not allow any kind of sufficient access at all to harvest the numbers of elk that would need to be harvested to bring the population down to where we would like to see it. And certainly where he would like to see it. And he's literally at a point where he's reduced his stocking rate because he is unable on his ranch to be able to control this problem or to help this problem. I mean, not all of the cases that the folks that we hear from are that extreme, but that's an extreme where the department hasn't been able to provide him with an option. If the neighbors don't allow hunting, and he's talked to him about that, I don't know what you tell that landowner. You can't force people to allow access and the neighbors aren't deriving their income primarily from agriculture. And so it doesn't affect them if they have a lot of elk on their property. That's just an extreme example.
Mr. President, I'll maybe just follow up a little bit with that if you're all right. Commissioner Roberts, I know you'll have some things to say after I take a poke at it. But I don't think it's as simple as just being able to solve it with hunting. I just don't. I mean, going through a lot of these conversations with landowners and sportsmen on a task force for 18 months. We talked a lot about these things, and there really is a balance on where animals are living and where they're raised, and the private land versus public land issue is hard. And it's hard for sportsmen. It's hard for landowners who have either bought productive land or make their land productive by the way that they manage it. And then obviously the animals want to live there. It's not that they're getting pushed there all the time by hunting, because hunting season is a very small part of the year. And so, I think we have to continue to try to strike a balance. I think we're also in this situation because legislature has been asked to fix this or has been attempted to try to do something with this. And I think it's better for us to go through a process, a biological process, a process of public comment, a process that isn't legislative, to be honest. In my opinion, I think this is the best area to fix this. And so not all, having private property rights, and going back to what Director Nesvik said, some landowners are going to allow people to hunt. They're going to push the animals around. In eastern Wyoming, where we're at, in a lot of those gray and white areas where elk are there sometimes and they're not there sometimes, it's very difficult to just solve that through hunting. And we've opened up seasons as long as we can, as many licenses as you want. And we're trying. I think we have opportunities there, but we still have to, at some point, compensate when there is a problem, try to figure out how to compensate our animals from being on productive property that really wasn't meant for them. And I'm a sportsman. I hunt public land. I get it. I understand those conversations that I have with those sportsmen, but it isn't just fixed by hunting. It just isn't. Not always.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we already do compensate. I mean, it's not like we're throwing them out there. We already have a compensation program. They're just looking to expand the program. And my beef is, yeah, I can understand it's not as simple as the hunters. But we have one in place. It's working. And when do we stop? When do we stop telling the sportsmen, hey, 1 million, 10 million? Where do you stop? You know, I mean, to me, we gotta meet some sort of a balance to end the madness somehow. So that's just me.
Just a couple quick things on that, on Commissioner Roberts's comments. So, you know, that's frustration and that sentiment that I've certainly heard from sportsmen. And so, and I respect that perspective, but I will tell you that we currently have in place something that did work for quite a long time. It was, we call it extraordinary damage to grass. We come to a point now where that doesn't, the way that it's currently in reg, it doesn't really work anymore. It's based on past use. And so once you've got, you know, excessive use and that becomes the norm, you can no longer qualify for extraordinary damage to grass claims. And so most of our damage program has been focused on either stored or growing crops, and that extraordinary damage to grass portion has been rarely used until recently, and it simply does not work. I've asked the department to look very comprehensively at how we can do this and do it right. And you saw what Deputy Chief Smith just presented, and I think they've done an excellent job of really looking at this scientifically, trying to address extremes, not the norm, but extreme. There's not a lot of these cases around the state, but there are some. And I think that the other thing that's an advantage to doing this in regulation is that the commission with 45 days public notice has the opportunity to make modifications to their regulations. If something's not working right, it needs to be tweaked. Or breaking the bank. There's options the commission has. If this ends up in Wyoming statute, it's a lot more difficult to deal with.
Mr. President, I guess that was the gist of I would rather deal with it at the commission level than have this a statutory change that just, it's easier for us to, I guess, be nimble on how that works than it is for the legislature.
Commissioner Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree completely. We're a lot more nimble and a lot closer to the issue to be able to try to address it, especially as circumstances change. So I like the idea of us wrestling with it and coming up with a solution. Okay, circling back. There's a couple things I'd like to suggest about the proposed changes. But there's two larger things that I want to tee up. And however Mr. President wishes to proceed, I'm fine with. But in case I get struck by lightning, I want to make sure that I get these two things out. The overwhelming number of comments went to access. And the overwhelming number of emails I've gotten and a few phone calls I've gotten are frustrations about the access. And the access for hunting is in section 4. The statement of reasons we did is only about section 2. I understand why. But because of that, we can't go in and tweak section 4. I'd suggest that we should consider opening up section 4 and making some changes to it. I have one specific one in mind, but I really think it's important that we do everything we can to support our landowners giving access to the degree that we can. So I would suggest that we open up section 4 for comment. Like I said, I have a starting point, but I'll put that aside for now. The second one is, in my business, there's a thing called mitigation of damages. And it means that you can't, trying to use an example in this context, you have a haystack, landowner says, elk are eating my hay. Can you help me? The department goes out and drops a bunch of fencing off, at no cost to the landowner, so he can put it around the haystack and protect it. And the landowner does nothing with it, doesn't put it up, and just submits a damage claim. The theory behind it is you have to do everything you can to try to lessen the damages that are being inflicted on you. I think I would suggest that that concept be woven into this rule somewhere. Not asking people to do extraordinary things, but I think it should be a factor that when we go out and evaluate the amount of damage that someone has done, are they doing everything that they reasonably can to limit the amount of damage? I'm not suggesting we mandate across the board any particular thing, but I think that it should be a factor that we can consider in making a damage award. Specific to this rule, I have a suggested change for you. I don't know if you want to tee that up because we seem to be having a broader, more philosophical discussion, Mr. President, but I can give those to you now, or
Is that possible to make that change now, or?
President Ladwig, I think if Commissioner Masterson is entertaining a potential amendment to the proposed reg, maybe I guess that could be done at any time during this discussion. I suppose we probably need to have a motion to do that first, and then you all can consider that and we can address that.
I think we should at least, the initial motion has to be made and then the amendment motion made after that.
Yeah, Mr. President, that's probably the best way to do it. However, we also have some public comment. We have
Right,
some
we
other
do
things.
have
So I would
public comment coming
maybe,
in too.
Commissioner Masterson, waiting until we make that motion and then bringing that language would be.
certainly, and I guarantee it's one word. So
Oh.
it's not substantial.
Mr. President, if I may, finish up, John, go ahead. Certainly.
Not done. But this is my last one. The definition of extraordinary damage, Romanet 3, Cat B, talks about situations where we're not over numeric objective or an area that has no objective. Just philosophically speaking, if we're managing to the degree that we have set the objective to, why would we compensate? Just help educate me. And
Sure, President Ladwig, Commissioner Masterson, and the director touched on it earlier. There are situations in some places in the state where, because of the refuge idea that is built in certain properties that allow no access, and the elk learn to spend their time during the available hunting season on those places because they are free to go. They impact some of their neighbors who do allow hunting and are willing to allow hunting, but because of those situations, they end up having a greater impact to their operation because of the actions of their neighbors. And so that's the point with that Romanet 3B.
I absolutely get that, and
Okay.
I completely agree with it. But as I understand it, what you're saying is, if you have a herd unit, I think that's the key. I think that's my answer. You're talking herd units here. You're not. So you're going to go into different areas. herd units are gonna overlap, so that's what. Okay, who's the guy in the red?
Commissioner Master, I'm not sure. I haven't seen him in that red a whole lot, but it is kind of nice to see him in that old red shirt.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. President. That's what I have.
Commissioner Brokaw?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just gonna stay focused on the blueprint. And I think for consistency and fairness, and listening to Justin's talk yesterday about how the department establishes scientifically a herd objective number, I think we should stick to that number. So when we get to A, I understand 3 consecutive years, your herd animal unit, we're at 15%. But then it says, for purposes of this subsection, an over objective big game herd unit means a population estimate that indicates the unit is greater than 20% of its numeric herd objective. I think that's, so if we set our herd objective at 1,000, now you need 20% over 1,000. Am I wrong in that? I want, if we set a herd objective, that's the number. If you have more than that, you're in a 15% place.
President Ladwig, Commissioner Brokaw, I understand what you're saying. So in our herd unit objectives, our population objectives, if we set it at 1,000, that's our point that we're saying this is our number. But we also have an allowance of plus or minus 20% to consider it being at objective. So that's a little bit of us trying to make it clear to the public that might look at this to understand what we're talking about as far as the numeric objective. So for commission purposes, we are at objective on that 1,000 elk population. If we were at 1,200 or if we're at 1,999, we're within plus or minus 20%. I don't anticipate that being any different as this is written, and our intent is to honor the commission objective that's been herd unit objective that's been approved. Does that answer your question?
It does, and as you explain it, okay, but if the objective's at 1,000, I don't want to have to feed 1,200 elk before I'm eligible. I want to be eligible if I've got 900 elk. And your objective's 1,000. Am I eligible for that extraordinary damage?
Commissioner Brokaw, in that scenario, my understanding of the way we wrote this, no. It's the objective as established by the commission, which includes a 20% buffer either way, based on our inability to survey an entire hunt area and know that we count every single animal.
Ted, I understand what you're saying, and I don't agree. I think if our objective is 1,000 and we're gonna say you have to have 20% more than that, well, we need to go 20% under that. If our objective is 10% either or, our regulation needs to be that same. I'm just thinking of Justin's lines and his lines that got Masterson so confused yesterday. In his statistical,
I object. It was Commissioner Rob.
in his statistical, how he does that. And I just want this to be consistent with that. If the department's gonna count elk like this, with this buffer, then our regulation needs to support extraordinary damage with that same buffer.
President Ladwig, Commissioner Brokaw, I think we're saying the same thing, although what I hear you say is you don't want it to reflect the commission approved objective that has the range.
I want the range. And I read this as you have to be 20% above the numeric objective.
Yeah,
as set by
let
the
me
commission.
take another stab at it. So we do have a numerical objective. In this case, in your scenario, 1,000 animals.
Mhm.
The way we evaluate being at objective, quote unquote, is if we are within 20% either way.
Yep.
As far as our management goes, this is specific. The wording says above the numerical herd objective. So I think we're on this. I think we're saying the same thing as how we manage the population. The numerical herd objective, as written in the draft reg, would be the 1,000. But we're saying you have to be 20% above that.
when the calculation is made, it will be based on 1,000, but establishing whether we're over or under
Over.
objective is based on the range.
Correct.
800, 1,200. So if I have 801 elk, am I eligible?
That's
Not under
over-
this scenario, no.
That's not over the range, that's under the range.
Yeah, and I would say that, and if you had 800 elk on your ranch, then there's no other elk in the whole area, then you probably have a problem. We have some other problems, but, you know, so you're not,
You're not wrong,
you
Commissioner.
know what I'm saying?
I have a question, and it's not part of the reg, but it's just some definition, the sufficient number of hunters. The sufficient number of hunters says that they should be granted hunting access necessary to successfully harvest more than the number of big game animals that be recruited. So does the landowner have to, and in the past, I've seen damage claims where we got a list of hunters, but we didn't know whether they killed an animal or not. Now, that's not successful hunting if they're not killing an animal. You can let 100 people on your place and they might not kill but 5 animals. How is that divided and whose responsibility is to track that?
Good, President Ladwig, good question. And it does say more than enough to meet that recruitment. So in this example I gave you earlier of needing to have 10 animals potentially harvested, there would need to be at least 11 hunters allowed access to meet that, right? We need to be able to at least get above it. That's the intent of it. We know we don't have any hunt areas by species probably at all. Pronghorn, there's been a time when we would have 100% success in some license types. We never have 100% success in this. So I think to expect that we have to look at some sort of a success rate in order to determine the number of hunters. I think that's a little bit extreme. What we look at and how we evaluate now is that they are required to provide that list. That's a change that was made a couple of years ago. Keep the name and the license number of the people that you do provide access to. And if they're out there, that provides the opportunity for them to successfully harvest enough animals if they meet that burden. But the burden to prove that is on the landowner to provide a written documentation of the number of hunters that they did allow access to.
Mr. President, if I may, the reason this is important to have this flexibility is that there are many landowners that would argue that sometimes less is better and that they can harvest more elk with less hunters, and that when they do allow a lot of hunting pressure, it displaces elk and they're not able to effectively harvest very many elk. And when they surgically go out with less hunters and go to specific areas, they're more effective. So the department needs the ability, the game warden on the ground needs the ability to have flexibility to evaluate whether the landowner is meeting this requirement to allow enough hunting to be effective.
I guess the term successfully harvest more than the number of big games, to me, that means they're harvesting them. It doesn't mean that they have the potential to harvest them. That's where I guess I'm having a hang up, but that's.
I
the way it's worded.
understand that, President Ladwig. I guess I don't think I think it would be impossible to assure that we did actually harvest, given some of the scenarios that the director pointed out and the way, just the way that it works when you hunt a property hard.
Thank you. Any further discussion? We have some public comments. Jim McNagna. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President, and pleased to have the opportunity. It is on, okay. To appear before you today, Jim McGagnon with the Wyoming Stockgrowers Association. Before I offer our stockgrowers comments, I want to have a brief comment on behalf of one of the landowners who's been severely impacted by this, that has been a part of this process, Mr. Charlie Farthing from down southeastern Wyoming. Due to a family issue, he was unable to be here today. And I told him that I would share with you his interest in this and his belief that if you're actually taking harvesting forest above the normal numbers forage, that is preventing landowners from running a number of cattle or livestock that are otherwise able to be run, that is a direct economic impact. And he feels that it's justifiable that the landowner should be compensated for that. And I'm sure we'd have much more to offer if he were here, but I will leave it at that at this point in time.
Thank you.
On behalf of Wyoming Stockholders Association, first I want to thank the department and the commission for taking up this issue. We were behind the effort that had the legislature look at this last year. And frankly, I think if it hadn't have been a budget session, you'd probably be looking at how you would implement that legislation today. It passed the House rather easily and was held back in the Senate due to the pressure of time in the short budget session. And if we need to go to the legislature, we'd certainly look at that in the future. But we believe that if these types of issues can be addressed here with the department commission, with people who understand the management of wildlife, who understand livestock ranching operations, that is far superior to having to go in front of a policy legislative body, political body that attempts to do the best they can, but lacks the understanding that the people in this room today have with regard to the issue. So we believe this is the preferable way to resolve the issue. We're very pleased that the department was able to take up the issue and certainly encourage the commission to move forward with it. A couple of things I would mention looking at the presentation you've been given this morning. I certainly understand the pressure that you face when 30 some or more people spoke up and said they were opposed to this. I would simply point out that only 2 said they were in favor of it. Well, we were one of those 2, and we represent several hundred ranchers across the state. And I probably, if I kept a list, would have had 40 or 50 of our membership who contacted me within the last year and a half saying we need to do something like this. So I think it's a little misleading when you look at just numbers of comments as opposed to number of people represented in those comments. And I just call that to your attention. The other thing I think is really important is to put this in a broader perspective. Our landowners are not interested in elk becoming a source of revenue for them. Their source of revenue is the sheep or the cattle that they have out there on the range. And it's only to the extent that the presence of excess elk numbers prevent them from deriving that revenue that they see a need to have some revenue coming from this program. So for our purposes, we would measure the success of this program, assuming you implement it today, in terms of how quickly we can get to a point where those payments are very rare and far and in between. The success isn't going to be how many payments you make. It's going to be how we're able to manage these elk so that we don't need to make these payments, and we can handle it through hunting and other management tools that the department currently has today that they've begun to implement. But I compare it often to the scenario we have in southwestern Wyoming with wild horses. We let the population get so out of hand in certain areas, then it takes dramatic steps to move back toward a normal range of population. And that's what we see happening here. And the quicker we can get back to that range, and except in a few rare cases, eliminate the need for these type of payments, the better off the sportsmen in Wyoming, the landowners in Wyoming will be. So I think that's really important. The other thing that I think is important to keep in mind with this, that while we're focused on a very specific issue with excess elk populations, how we deal with this will have a significant impact on the overall landowner sportsman relationships in the state, relationships with the department and the commission. I personally believe that those relationships today are in one of the best places they've been in the many, many years that I've been involved in this. And I want to do everything we can to keep them there. And I think this particular proposal, which unfortunately has become necessary, is a tool to keep it that way as we work together to certainly enhance access. We're committed to working with landowners to encourage more access. And would hope that we reach that point where you're not having to do this. The other thing that with regard to the specifics of this legislation as it stands today with the changes that has been made, and I do commend the department for making a change or two that we had recommended in our comments that I think helped to clarify it. Is it perfect? Likely it's not perfect. And when you do these types of things to deal with very complex subjects, perfection just typically doesn't exist. But I think as it's written today, without any significant change, it's a very good starting point with this. One of the clear benefits of doing this through commission action rather than through legislation is that as we sportsmen see a need to tweak this a little bit as it goes forward, we've got a relatively smooth process to come back and do that, as opposed to waiting for a legislative process that it may take 2 to 4 years to make a needed change, if we can even make those changes. So with that, recognizing that we do have landowners that are being significantly financially impacted, that, as has been pointed out, some, and it's not huge numbers across the state, but in several areas that have felt obligated because of their commitment to managing a healthy resource, a sustainable resource, that they've had to reduce their livestock numbers in order to compensate for these excess elk populations. And I think it's a serious issue, one that needs to be addressed, and addressed in a manner not only through this program that you're discussing today, but through more aggressive efforts to reduce those populations, so that those landowners can return to a normal scenario. And I know in some of the comments, I reviewed those comments, there was some concern that landowners are going to find it to be more profitable to raise elk than to raise cattle. Whether or not it could be more profitable, I don't know, but I do know what the spirit, the commitment, the culture of our landowners is, and I'm not aware of a single one that would prefer to raise elk to raising cattle on their ranch. So with that, Mr. Chairman, be happy to take any question, but otherwise just strongly encourage you to move forward with this as it's been presented to you, and we'll work with you as it moves on to make necessary adjustments should those become apparent.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions, comments?
I'd have a comment, Mr. President. Mr. McGagne's straight on. I don't think we should get too hung up on the portion of comments against this proposal, because when you get down and read those comments, I don't think they understood what we were doing. Their comments aren't relevant to the prescription we're giving. I was very disappointed in that process.
Mr. President,
Yes.
if I may,
You may.
I've always wanted to be able to ask Jim McGagne questions in a public forum, and he has to answer them. Mr. McGagne, thank you, and I appreciate what you said. I agree completely with Commissioner Brokaw. So many of those negative comments didn't have anything to do with what we're doing here. And I see that and I recognize that. And that's something maybe we'll take up here in a little bit. And I want you to know that, and I think all of your commissioners understand the significant impact that this is having on some of your landowners. And we want to try to address that and be fair to them and be fair to our sportsmen. And I'd even bet you share that goal. So I think we're all very sensitive to what you're talking about. And I appreciate also that you're okay with us handling it, because like I said, we're a lot more nimble, we're able to respond quicker if it doesn't work. My question for you is, anecdotally, and from talking to hunters and talking to people in my district and around the state, I hear the same thing that the guy in the red shirt in the middle here, Nazvik, he mentioned, you have some very, very large ranches which are turning into elk refuges. And then the adjoining landowner is paying the price. I'm wondering if from where you sit, from talking to your constituents, same thing, you're hearing the same thing? I'm just wondering what you hear.
Mr. Chairman, and given that the question is coming from Commissioner Masterson, I'm wanting to know who the judge is in the room before I attempt to answer that question, but I will do so. I do hear that, and our landowners are frustrated with some of those large landowners who like their lands being a haven for huge populations of elk, and we certainly are with those where we can have an influence. We work with them. I've talked to several of them saying, appreciate what you want there, but you're having an impact on your neighbors, and just in this Wyoming spirit of being a good neighbor, you need to do something to work with that. If you don't want the hunters on your land, perhaps you invite the game and fish come in during hunting season to move those elk off where they can be properly managed, whatever the case may be. But we certainly are with you on that. It is a part of the problem. There's no doubt about it, and willing to work together to address that particular issue. Unfortunately, or not unfortunately, but the reality is that we have private property rights, and on the other hand, I've pointed out some of those people that the wildlife are the property of the state of Wyoming, and the state of Wyoming needs to be able to manage its property, just as we need to be able to manage our private lands. So it's a balancing act. We're not where we need to be, but we're certainly committed to continuing to work on that.
And Mr. President, I appreciate those efforts because we all know that, Mr. McGagna, you could sell brass knuckles to Gandhi. And if you cannot convince them, I don't know what can be done. But if anybody ever has a solution to this, please bring it to our attention.
Well, and I don't know that, and I don't want to get us off into another very difficult issue today, but at some point down the road, perhaps some changes in our landowner license system could help to address that issue.
Well, that can't be that hard.
You're committed to remaining on this commission until that issue is dealt with, right?
I think I've been sentenced. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. President, thank you. And Mr. McGagna, thank you. I appreciate the work you do.
Mr. President,
Commissioner Roberts.
I just gotta say, and it's not for Jim. Jim does such a wonderful job. You represent so well. But I have to respectfully disagree with my esteemed colleagues. I believe that the comments were spot on. I believe that the sportsmen, I believe they did understand what they're talking about for the majority of the comments that I read. So I just wanted to go and say that. So respectfully.
So noted, Commissioner Roberts. I see nothing in regulation where we're going to take $75 from Access Yes and pay to a landowner in this subsection. I just thought those comments were not germane to the bill at all, or the regulation at all. But we're still friends.
I have to sit next to you, so I'll say I appreciate that. The point of my comment was I just think that we put it out for review of this specific section. And I just don't think that the commenters were aware that we are limited right now as we sit here to this section because we're limited by the statement of reasons. That was my point. But I hear what they're saying, and that's why I would like to suggest we open up section 4, but
We'll take care of that later. Thank you. Anything else? Thank you for your comments and appreciate your involvement.
Thank you. And a final comment before I leave. I know there's be a little event this afternoon. Are we going to have a burning of the red shirt?
Who knows?
Take it off. Thank you.
Next commenter, Jess Johnson.
Mr. President, Commissioners, Jess Johnson, Wyoming Wildlife Federation. And I have to say, I'm feeling a little lonely in this room. I'm really, as many comments as came in, as many things as I have heard, I think what you guys are hearing from the sportsmen is pretty true. They're concerned. They don't love this. I know I've heard it, and I think I've heard it from just about all of them. The side of that they are not hearing is the absolute, I don't think I can say this here, snarl of what happened at the legislature when this came forward. It was scary. And it was being handled as deftly as possible, but by people who do not have the touch and the resources and frankly, the education around wildlife that you guys do. It was unnerving to see it at the very least there. The conversation that's just been going on, the questions, the concerns, every angle being looked at that you guys are picking through on this, that is why this has to stay with you guys. Because we can come back and have that discussion when things are not working. And frankly, it'll make my job at the legislature a lot easier if this never goes there ever again. But I understand the sentiment. I do think, we're talking about wildlife who's there first when we've come on. It is a sticky issue. I don't think there's one right answer. I don't think this is the silver bullet either. But I do think it is a needed step right now, even if it's what we would call a Band-Aid to get us back to square one. I think we kind of have to do it, but we cannot stop at looking at what caused this. We have to keep building those relationships. We have to start reaching across that aisle a little bit more. I'm really heartened by the level of concern about access. I think my challenge to you is that if these claims come in front of you, be harsh on how much access actually was allowed and what that access looked like, and was it available and approachable for hunters to find and get into. So I'd say that this is a very needed piece of regulation. I do stand behind it, and thank you guys for taking comments. We were some of the comments that criticized some of the language to start with. The ambiguous language about, is this about public land or just private land, things like that. So you guys heard us, you've gone back and you've changed it in a very short amount of time. So I'm super heartened by how this has gone, the demonstration that you guys have shown about how concerned and how we all know this isn't just the silver bullet here, but we do have to fix this problem. So I'm going to say, we stand as a sporting org in support of this, a little bit begrudgingly. And also stand here and say we're committed to finding a better solution. I'm hoping that if this goes off the rails, we're standing in front of you again, talking about how we fix it and how we don't cost the sportsmen more money, how we make sure that access and good relationships are built, and make sure that the department is not being hamstrung by damage claims. It's wildlife. That is what makes Wyoming so special. That's what the most amazing part of the state is. And we certainly have to build those relationships with the people who are feeding a lot of them, sometimes begrudgingly, but we also have to make sure that we never throw that under the bus. So thank you guys. Thank you for the amazing amount of detail and attention and concern you've had to this. It echoes mine, and we do stand here in support of that.
Mr. President, Jess, thank you for those comments. I think we're open, got an open ear to any suggestions that you have on how we can help foster that conversation between sportsmen and landowners, and understanding that relationship on, having really high game populations, but also understanding where those populations live, how you get good hunter success rates, not just opening the door for 3 days and letting everybody come in and hunter success is bad. And I mean, how do we do that? How do we foster that relationship more? I mean, you were at every, the task force that we had, wildlife task force. I mean, there was a lot of interaction, and I feel like the comments that we got on this, I thought there were going to be much more, and that we were going to get a lot more comments. As you know, we did some things in the task force where we got 2,000 comments in like 2 weeks. And so I thought that this was going to be, I thought there was going to be a lot more comments, and there wasn't. And so I was a little surprised, but I also know the sentiment of the hunters, of the public land hunters. And I think we're always looking for ways that we can help foster that relationship. It's not easy.
I completely agree, Mr. President and Commissioner Bell. I think maybe the unfortunate thing that this is not something you do through regulation or law. It is a case-by-case basis. There's programs out there. I know Wyoming Wildlife Federation has started looking at working with the Nature Conservancy to start a program called Share the Land. Doug Duran in Wisconsin has done this with really, really great success, that essentially it's sportsmen put together a resume of their volunteer abilities, like I'm really great with a chainsaw, or I can pick up rocks, or I'm good at fixing fence, or whatever that is. And then you have landowners put forward things that they need done. I need 3 miles of fence. I need this, pasture to be de-rocked, or I need whatever it is that need is, and offer up in exchange access days. They can say 4 hours equals 1 day for whitetail hunting, or whatever, it's a volunteer case by case basis. But those are the kind of things where there's like the reciprocity, there's accountability, there's relationship building. And I think some of that is like, there needs to be funding behind stuff like that. There needs to be sort of great buy-in from people that can help vouch for good programs versus bad programs. So I don't know what that looks like, but I do know that I don't think it's solved in regulation, and I don't think it's solved under statute. The other side, I think, is also creating better hunters. R3 is something I believe in deeply. Inspire a kid, yes. But I think R3 misses the point, because recruitment, retention, reactivation, where are the other R's? Where's reciprocity, responsibility, things like that, the obligation that comes with being a hunter too. So I think there's efforts to build this out and to do more and to talk more about that. And this is not, again, there's no silver bullet. This isn't going to be fixed tomorrow. But I do think that when those things come in front of you guys, making sure that the sportsmen hear this, know this, feel the support, know these tools and programs are out there. Your Access Yes program is incredible. I know a lot of the time I'm hearing about access, most of the people that are mad about a lot of this don't even know that you guys require, like you have that access requirement for damage claims. So there's also just getting the education out there. That's on us as NGOs, that's on everybody, that's not just on your shoulders. But I do think that there's a lot more working together to be done. And I think, as we go forward with this damage claim regulation, keeping in mind that this is the sacred wildlife of Wyoming, this is also a fix we need right now so that we can build those relationships down the road and keep going.
Thank you, Jess. Any other comments? Thank you for your interest and work.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Juan Reyes. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. My name is Juan Reyes. We ranch in southeastern Wyoming, family operation. I don't know how you guys came to this damage, chapter 28. I don't know if it was brilliance or just stumble into it. I think this is the greatest thing you have done for sportsmen. And evidently the sportsman doesn't see it. And also for landowners. One thing that for landowners, we established that grass is a commodity, just like corn, alfalfa, sugar beets, anything else. And it has a value. The second reason I'm in favor of it really is not the compensation so much. Is I would hate to see future ranchers, landowners have to go through this in 15 or 20 years. And by that, what I mean is our objective is 1,800 head of elk in area 6. I would say we have excess of 5,000, or did until last year. The compensation deal will go away, hopefully in 3 or 4 years when we get those herds back down to the objective. But what's interesting to me is that your 48% versus the 2%, we're doing a terrible job of communicating the ag sector, evidently. This is how I vision Wyoming. As we all know, we're the playgrounds of the world. So every millionaire and billionaire wants to own a piece of Wyoming. And rightfully so, it's a free country. So in my case and my family, we're first generation ranchers. I have two options. I can either cut my ranch up in 80-acre tracts and sell it and live happily ever after. Or we can sell that same ranch to a billionaire in New York and live happily ever after. I don't know of any millionaires and billionaires, and I have nothing against. I wish to be one someday. So I have nothing against that. But it seems to me that this whole thing is really about historical ties to your community. And that's what the first and fourth, fifth generation ranchers have. They have ties to those communities. And to Mr. Roberts, maybe I'll try to explain the access deal a little bit, how I see it. Through historical ties to communities, we develop friends. We have friends, we have business partners, we have all those, not all, but a majority of those folks that I have historical ties with recreate on my land. Now, I know there might be 1,000 others that don't get to. That range that I own can only handle so much pressure. What brought this to mind is if we do not support, let's call them the mom and pop outfit ranching, and we keep selling the state to millionaires and billionaires, the sportsman is going to have zero chance of ever going on private lands. We have the ties. We have the friends. They all come and hunt. It's not perfect, but it's as good as it gets. My example, September 1st, I'm at the ranch. My son-in-law calls me and says, "Are you coming down to hunt ducks?" It's been a ritual with the Reyes family. "Yeah, I'll be down. Are you hunting in the morning?" "Well, depends how much work I have. Things broke down, blah, blah, blah." Calls me back and says, "I won't be able to." About 4 o'clock, we'll hunt some. So Joni and I head down to Wheatland to hunt duck. And I get there and I thought, man, this is going to be really good to just sit with my son-in-law, my daughter, and my 2 grandkids and have a great time. I show up and here comes car after car. We end up with 5 families, 11 kids, anywhere from 4 to 13, running around out there. I don't know why a dove even came in. But I tell you, I sat back and at first I thought, man, this is going to ruin that hunt. And I sat back and I said, isn't that what we are? I mean, these are little kids. They'll be buying a license here within a couple of years. They just loved it. And we loved having them, even though it ruined the hunting. But to me, Mr. Roberts, that's what access means. Just having those people now it isn't just me, the crusty old ranchers. Now it's my kids have friends that they went to school, and now they have kids. And everybody kind of comes and recreates on our land. So I think every time, if you can keep, by throwing some money out there, a carrot, I'm going to call it, to ranchers that are in danger of losing their livelihood, I think it's a no-brainer for the sportsman. Every rancher here, I mean, we all have historical ties and we all let people hunt. Just happens to be our friends. And if you guys, the folks that don't, that are not my friends, I'm sorry, but that's part of democracy and part of private property rights. So I really don't understand why the public isn't, or I should say the sportsman isn't behind this. Every time we sell a mom and pop ranch to a billionaire, that pool keeps getting smaller. In my case, it was about 30 people that recreate on my lands. If I was to sell out, lawyers, flower plant workers, welders, friends, they have to go someplace else and find a spot to recreate on. And that pool is getting smaller and smaller all the time. We sell bulls for a living. That's one of the things we do. And every year we lose a customer that either couldn't make it, was too old, kids didn't want it. But a lot of it is just they're tired of fighting agriculture. And they can go sell a pile of rocks for $1,000 an acre and live happily ever after. So that's my idea on access, I guess. We've created access. Not everybody's, we're not gonna throw the gates open, but our friends are sure welcome. As far as just letting hunters come in, we're to the point, the overpopulation of elk over the objective, 3,200 head of elk for Area 6, probably less than that. Hopefully it's less than that after last year. There's sanctuaries all over. So it takes more than a license to go ahead and get us back to the objective. There's a lot more I want to say, but I don't want to take your time. Thank you. Any questions?
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Reyes?
I do,
Yeah.
Mr. President. Mr. Reyes has been up in front of us before. And this gentleman is the perfect example of the salt of the earth. We listened to him a few meetings ago.
Yes, sir.
I don't remember where that was at. But this gentleman is the perfect example of why we need to do this compensation for rangeland, because after he spoke to us the last time, he gets piles of elk out on his grass and not eating out of house and home, but obviously you can't run as many cattle as you need to be running because the elk eating some of it. But I just love listening to Mr. Reyes. And this, like I say, this is why I think we need to do what we're doing with this chapter 28. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. We appreciate your passion and comments.
Thank you, sir.
Amy Miller?
Hi, I'm a landowner in Albany, Platte and Goshen counties, and so I'm in favor of this. Lots of different ways that we run our ranches. In Albany County, we open it up in the HMA program. And so that is about 10,000 private acres that opens up about 15,000 public acres that would not have been opened up. Mr. Roberts, I'm sorry, I disagree with you on the hunting because we open that up. There's no fee, obviously. They have to get on the website, the Game and Fish website, get a permit, and they get to come up and hunt. And we have one stipulation, no four-wheelers. We do everything horseback. It's our land. We can do what we want. We don't get the hunters. They will not, we do get some. they can ride a horse, they can pack in, or they can walk. And they will not come to our place because we do not allow four-wheelers. And, you know, if the guys are up there gathering and they see somebody that's got an elk down, they'll definitely grab their horse and help them get down if we're around. You know, it's a big country and we're busy. So I disagree that hunting will change anything. We've had it open for 10 to 15 years, and the number, we're in area 7 there, it's just getting out of control. So I think that this is a good program to help relieve some of that pressure. In Platte and Albany, or I'm sorry, Platte and Goshen, we are in the walk-in program. And so that also opens up some public access. We have about 10,000 acres in walk-in that opens up some public access also. The rest of our ranch, we do like Mr. Reyes, and we allow some police officers out of Denver come and shoot whitetail. I try to keep it open so that they can come in and hunt some whitetail on their days off. And the rest is for our family and friends. And so I agree that that there needs to be some kind of compensation to help these landowners, because I'm not making any money on the elk. The money I get from the walk-in and the hunter management area, I should chart my time of taking phone calls, running people off that aren't allowed on there with vehicles. You know, it's not really, I'm working for $1 an hour probably, if you put my time into trying to keep all the people. And then we still have trespassers, and we still have people breaking all the rules. I just, you know, yes. So, you know, I'm not making a profit on the elk, the deer, the whitetail, the antelope. My kids, I was not a hunter growing up. My dad is not. I married somebody that's ranching with me. We have 2 kids, and they are really enjoying hunting. But they have to ask my dad for permission also. So just like everyone else, if he doesn't feel like he wants to give permission, he doesn't have to. So we're not making any money on it. We are running way less cattle because of the damage that the elk are doing. And so I just wanted to let you know that I am in favor of this as a landowner.
Any comments for Amy Miller?
Mr. President, so how do we fix the problem? How do we fix it? I mean, we look at all of these different, everybody has a unique scenario.
Correct.
Everybody has a different way. I mean, how do we fix it besides compensation? How do we, when does it stop the compensation do? Because we have compensation now. And that's what everybody's kind of missing my point is we have in place, right, as we speak, compensation. This is extraordinary. This is a different it's a different level of it. So I'm kind of, I'm not for no compensation whatsoever, but I'm just saying, where does it end kind of a thing? So.
And so I just had a quick question for you. What compensation are you talking about? Are you talking about the money for walk-in and the HMAs?
Well, for the haystacks and the thing damage for the.
Yeah, okay. And so this is for more the forage. This is not, yeah. And so, I don't know about, I've never claimed anything for haystacks. I've never claimed any extra damage for that. I just take the money from the hunter management and the walk-in, and I'm sorry to tell you, but it's almost a kick in the head. I mean, it's really insulting the amount of money I get for opening up that much acres. Do you see what I mean? It's not worth it, the amount of money. And so, you know, the sportsmen, you know, just like ranchers, right? There's great and there's not so great. And you know, the great guys are out there getting an elk, and they're taking their families, and they're walking, and they're spending 2 or 3 days. You know, the not so great want to take their four-wheeler through your entire ranch and destroy everything, leave gates open. You know, you've heard the whole scenario, so I don't have to tell you. And so, you know, I don't know how to fix it, because we've tried private, we tried an outfitter, we've tried the public access, and the herd just keeps getting larger. And so I just don't think hunting is going to help. I feel that if there is a little more compensation for the forage and more, not the haystack, more the forage, where maybe that would give us more incentive to take more hunters in and, okay, maybe I would let them take a couple four-wheeler trails, you know, to get closer to an area or, but right now, the money that I'm getting to open my land up, it's really nothing. The elk are hurting us bad, and that is the reason that I opened it up. It was not for the money, but it's not working. So I go to the elk meeting at the Scipio Creek every year. We talk to all the game and fish guys and I feel like I have a pretty good working relationship with the game wardens and the biologists and stuff around that we really try to do all kinds of things, you know, the whitetail with the diseases. And so I really think that we're very open to trying to get these numbers back in control. But I'm sorry, I don't have an idea either, except if you maybe with some of the other stock growers, you know, maybe do something different with the landowner getting their own license. You know, there might be just some things you have to try that is way out of the comfort zone.
Any other comments?
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Garrett Falkenberg? Welcome.
Thank you, President Lagwood, Director Nesvik, for the opportunity to speak today. I ranch out here south of Douglas, the heart of Area 7, elk. You know, we've dealt with these things, I'm gonna say from the mid-80s. Started out with a post-objective of 2,500. We're now to 11 to 13,000 head of elk in Area 7. This isn't new to us. We've been dealing with them for a long time. But I too, like the rest of the speakers, I'm in favor of this. It's time we have the conversation. There is no perfect silver bullet to fix it. But I think we're gonna have growing pains, but I think it's something that we have to talk about and address and work through. But I guess for me, I'd like to direct my comments, but I need some clarification for starters. So one of your speaker talked about clarification or qualification, excuse me, for being into the compensation program, which was off of recruitment. So my question is that going to be postseason or preseason? Because there's going to be a lot of number differences between postseason and preseason recruitment.
Mr. President, if I may, it's postseason.
So
The standard is postseason, and that's consistent across the board.
So how do you then for the calves or the recruitment that are born before that, then they're just out there free and willy-nilly?
So the recruitment portion of this only doesn't relate to the amount of compensation. It relates to the number of hunters that a landowner has to allow on the property. And it's a 3-year running average, which takes out some of it makes it more consistent and able to be measured over time.
Okay. Thank you for that. But so my other comment, and I want to direct more along those lines, is the fact of how you guys get those numbers. I watched yesterday about your spaceships, your aircraft, and the millions of dollars that you guys use to count these things. And I got to tell you, it's pitiful. Like I said, we've went from 2,500 to 11 to 13,000 with this methodology of counting these elk. I have zero faith in the number of recruitment numbers that you guys are going to come up with in order for us to qualify. So half the time, I've seen it in some years that you can't find the elk. I seriously question with my game and fish personnel, I've seriously questioned for years the number of recruitment numbers they have come up with, because somehow in order to get from 2,500 to 3,000 or 11,000 head of elk, something happened to happen out there. Somewhere there's some numbers that are terribly, terribly wrong. And I don't think that it'll be good when these all come down and around and this is implemented, that they will be fair. So those are my comments, and I sure stand for any questions.
Any questions, comments? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there any further public comment? What is the discussion or activity of the commission?
Rust is ready. I'm ready. I move to accept chapter 28 as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to accept chapter 28 as presented. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Masterson?
I have thank you, Mr. President. I have a proposed minor change. In the proposed change to Romanet 3, we have include damage to forage on privately owned or leased private rangelands. And it troubles my lawyer soul that we say private rangelands, because rangelands is well defined as private. So here is a lawyer actually suggesting we shorten something by removing the word private. Surplus language drives people crazy and could lead to ambiguity and question about why it's done that way. That is my proposed amendment, is to strike the word private before rangelands in Romanet 3.
Mr. President, I have a question to Commissioner Masterson. And maybe this is a question for the director too. We drop private. We're not going to have any rangeland. Is the definition of rangeland private? I mean, is there public rangeland that could potentially we paying Forest Service for damage? I don't want to do that. So.
Under, Mr. President, if I may, Commissioner Bell, the department inserted a definition of rangelands. It's now F in the definitions. It's defined as non-cultivated private lands grazed by domestic livestock. What I want to avoid is making sure that we're not compensating for grazing on public lands, which as I understand it, is the intent.
That's correct.
So it's simply a question in my mind. It's just being redundant because it's already defined. And I appreciate the emphasis by putting it in again, but I don't think it's necessary.
So I understand that Commissioner Masterson has made recommendation to remove the word private from Romanet 3.
Correct.
Is there a second to that?
Mr. President, I will second that. I don't disagree with you. I also think that sometimes that redundancy just makes it easier for people to read, like me, that didn't go down and read the definition of rangeland. And so I'll probably vote against this and leave the redundancy, and you can be mad at me, but other attorneys probably are mad at me other times too.
Okay. It's been proposed that the motion's been made to remove the word private from Romanet 3 has been Motion by Masterson and seconded by Bell. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. President, I'd like Mr. Masterson to read that as his change was made to it. I would like him to read that sentence.
Mr. President, I'm happy to accommodate that. It would read, extraordinary damage to grass shall include damage to forage on privately owned or leased rangeland under the following conditions.
Mr. President, that works for me.
Okay.
I was concerned about not having private in there.
Right.
Okay, but that works for me.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passed. The amendment motion passed. Now we bring the amendment or the actual acceptance proposal. The motion was made by Commissioner Brokaw and seconded by Commissioner Bell to approve Chapter 28 as amended.
Mr. President, I'm sensing I'm in a very small minority here, but I just want to, I don't believe this is the correct avenue that we should be going down. I think that I'm not convinced that it's going to solve anything. And I don't believe this should be a burden on the sportsman once again. That's, I thank you, but I respectfully.
Yeah, Mr. President, I agree a lot with what Jess said when she came up here. But this is a start and I don't want to see this solved at the legislative level. I want to see this body be able to take care of this. I think the landowners and the stock growers and sportsmen would much rather see this body take care of this issue in now and into the future than the alternative, which I don't think is a good idea. So I'm going to vote in favor of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Mill. Commissioner Brokaw?
Mr. President, thank you. Firstly, I compliment Mr. Smith on taking a complex issue and presenting it in an absolutely understandable, professional way. Good job. I expect nothing less from you. I've gotten to know you now, and that's just how you roll. Department's lucky to have you in the position you're in. You're doing an excellent job. I'm certainly going to rise in favor of the motion. I think there's something to keep in mind that Craig pointed out, that a landowner has a lot of responsibility to get to this compensation opportunity. He's got to meet all those requirements of access and numbers and proof, and we spend a lot of time taking care of our commodity, our grass. And I have example after example, you know, if you're a good range manager in cool season, semi-arid desert, for proper seed production, you give that pasture 400 days of rest. And a lot of managers do that, and that shoots your ranch management plan in the foot when interstate elk herds come across and smoke you all winter. So there's so many things out of a rancher's control that needs to be considered. I also put the burden of effort, while the rancher's making these efforts to be eligible to get to this spot, there's also a responsibility to the sportsman to earn the respect to access private property. It is the state's wildlife, and we all share it and we enjoy it. And if you're having trouble getting access, I want you to self-reflect on why. We let a lot of people in and we turn some people away. And how you present yourself as a sportsman is key to being a key player in the management of wildlife. And I just think that needs mentioned every now and then. And the other thing I'd like to mention is, did you see who walked into this room? Miss Sheridan Todd's here. Welcome.
She did have somebody with her too, former Commissioner Doobie.
She brought a friend. Hi, Petey.
Okay, any further comments? I'm gonna ask for the vote. All in favor of the motion to accept Chapter 28 as amended?
Aye.
All opposed?
Right?
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. 10:10. We'll start back up. Thank you. Yes.
That's not possible.
We'll try.
Nish, go ahead.
Thank you. President Ladwig, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, Nishkoy Galea, Communications and Education Chief. And I'm here to present today about our education programs and give you an annual update. I'm really excited to talk about some of the programs. Specifically, over the last few years, we've been collecting data across, as you know, across the board on education and outreach. And now we've been doing some much more in-depth data analysis and kind of looking at how we can target the public and our education and outreach efforts to have greater value and momentum in the things we do and in the information we share. So across the department from August 2023 till September 2024, we have done education and outreach events that included over 360 programs, over 1,000 hours of time facilitating these events, and we have interacted with over 40,000 people in the state. One of the really cool events that we get to do with our partners, the Wildlife Fund, and I know Mr. Brown's here in the back and he'll talk more about this, is we get to do on Free Fishing Day. We've been doing this Maury Brown Kids Fishing event with the Maury Brown family. And over these last 3 years, we've had tremendous success with attendance and participation, especially with youth and families. But our team this year took a deep dive into this information to see, well, what does it mean? And one of the great things that I want to talk about is that over the last 3 years, we've had over 1,000 participants that come to this event. But the really, really neat thing is that 90% of them are brand new. So we're getting people who have never been fishing or angling before out for the first time. And so that kind of data is really inspiring to us. And what we want to do is to continue to see, well, does that mean that now they're going to go to camps, or now we're going to see them in our school programs or Hunter Ed or eventually the fellowship? And that's our goal, to eventually continue to collecting the data so that we can see where these programs lead. Speaking of camps, this year, we held the most camps we've ever had at Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp. We had a total of 2 youth camps. That's our girls and boys camp. 3 family camps. Over the past few years, we've been continuing to modify family camps to make them more engaging and even more specific. So we had a Hunter Ed camp, we had a fishing camp, and we had an adventure camp. We found that certain families are after certain things and different types of experiences and education with us, and it's been wildly successful. We had 2 Becoming an Outdoorswoman camps and 1 Becoming an Outdoorswoman fly fishing camp. All of these camps have a significant demand. We've had a huge waiting list of over 270 participants that want to get into this camp. And so we know that we need to do more. We just have a problem with timing, space, and capacity in this, but that's a really great problem to have. And then we did a new camp this summer. We did the Wyoming Collegiate Conservation Symposium. And so we offered a camp targeting college kids between 18 and about 24 years old that are interested in conservation careers. Come to camp, whether they're in a conservation field, they're undecided, they just graduated, any of the above. Come to the camp, hear about all the different opportunities and career pathways at the department, do interviews with us, build a resume, find out how to volunteer, how to get your foot in the door, become, a part-time employee with us, do these different projects and learn more. And it was extremely successful. And we had students that came from all over the nation for this camp. We had a number of Wyoming students, but we also had students all the way from New York and other states like that. So really great camp. We had great employee support on this, and we had our best and brightest. And one of the highlights of the camp was Director Nesvik. And so we really appreciate the time and effort and all the inspiration that our employees put into these camps. Total, we had 250 camp participants. And this year, we did an assistant conservation educator program. We call it our ACEs. And these are students who have been to our camps before that our staff identified as exceptional leaders early on in girls and boys camp or at family camps. And they were offered to apply and to interview to be an ACE at either the girl or boys camps and lead the group of their peers as a junior camp counselor type position. It was a volunteer position, but it was really amazing and it gave a lot of inspiration, and we saw a tremendous amount of enthusiasm from these participants and their interest to continue on doing more things with the department. So we've been collecting all this data over the years to tell you, how satisfied is people with our camps, and we've, pivoted and maneuvered, and does it lead to other things? And that's kind of where we're at with the information we have right now in the analysis. Like, we know that overwhelmingly that becoming an outdoors woman, which we lovingly call BO, has been such a successful program for a long, long time and nationwide. Women are the fastest growing demographic for shooting and hunting sports in the nation. We know if we get women involved, we get families involved, children involved. And so getting them in the door isn't our only goal. At this point, we want to know, well, what makes it so inspirational? What is so powerful? How can we keep them staying with us? What are the, obstacles that they encounter to get into other sports, hunt different species, do different things with us? And so one of the things we really focused on this year was the skills. We adapted the programming to focus on different types of skills based on previous year's interest. And then we're hoping to offer subsequent programming that leads to greater use, proficiency and whatnot with these skills, whether it's, firearm handling, angling, shooting, backpacking, different outdoor things, all of the above. So another element there is we talked a lot about families who attend the camp and whether or not this would lead to them spending more time outdoors, spending more times doing different things with their families in regards to hunting and angling. And you could see that 88% of them said absolutely. Overall, everybody's very satisfied with the camps, 91.5%. It's a pretty impressive rating. 19 out of 20 of the youth campers are interested in a career with us. I guess there's always one outlier. They're still undecided. It wasn't a no, I'm pretty sure. And 83% of our collegiate conservation symposium participants said they were very likely to apply for a job specifically with us, which I thought was really cool. Hunter education. So this is a really interesting slide. And total students certified is 3,739 over this last year. That's down a little bit from previous years, and that's a good thing. And you're going to say, what, Nish? What are you talking about? But actually, during COVID, we were one of the few states that did not go completely online for hunter education. We said we still feel like we have to have an in-person firearm handling field day component. And so because of that, as you know, we had a backlog for a long time. There was a huge demand. Well, we think we're finally reaching saturation point. We think this is going to be a pretty consistent number between 3,000 to 4,000 per year. And when I say hunter education students, this isn't just youth. This is adults as well, people who moved to the state, people who now are taking up hunting as a new sport for themselves. And so this number is really awesome for us to see. We know that we have a pretty good idea of what that number is going to be every year. And now going forward, we're going to do a lot more targeted hunter education opportunities. We've done a whole bunch more instructor trainings in specific places across the state. And now we know where we're lacking hunter ed instructors, where we need more classes, and we're going to put the emphasis on that in the years forward. So out of this graph, you could see that we had 59 students that passed bow hunter education. Again, bow hunter education is not legally required for bow hunting in Wyoming. So that's pretty typical that we don't see a high demand or we have a lot of those classes, but it is still really important component. We've done a lot of work with bow hunters in Wyoming. We want to continue on with that. You see here that 354 passed a school course. So this is our brand new effort over the last year to get hunter ed in schools. 354 out of the whole total were taken in schools. and they were provided by educators, which is really cool. It's a great number, and I know that next year this will be higher. And then again, we have our internet completion course, which again is just a hybrid course because we will never go fully online. And then we have our traditional course, which is still the most popular option.
Mr. President, just real quick, and I'm sorry if I missed it. Is that like 1 year numbers?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, that's correct. This is
Okay,
as of August of last year till September of this year.
okay. Overall, are you seeing a trend up, trend down in number?
In terms of Hunter
Yeah.
education requests,
Yeah.
we're actually seeing it kind of stabilize. And so the numbers down from previous years of total, I think last year we had 4,032 total certifications, but we're not seeing huge waiting lists. We're not seeing huge demand. We don't have a huge call volume. And so we think this is going to be pretty much the norm, which I was really hoping we would figure out sooner than later. So with our Hunter Education program, this takes a significant amount of work from staff and our volunteer instructors. We have 128 staff that teach Hunter Ed across the state. And then we also have 261 volunteer instructors. And so these are people across the state and communities that voluntarily give their time to help people become certified. We did 6 instructor training workshops. This is our second year of doing instructor training workshops across the state. And like I said, we're going to continue to do targeted ones going forward. And instructors spent a total of 8,113 hours teaching Hunter Ed in the state of Wyoming. So I want to talk to you about Hunter Ed in schools a little bit more. As you know, I'm really excited about this. And so all of the red dots on here are where we had Hunter Ed in schools. 20 schools total, 23 courses taught, and a total of 354 students in those courses were certified. So you can see on the map that there's still opportunity to target other communities to really, I know this coming year, Pinedale's a region that's very, very important to us, Jackson as well. And then ensure that we are, working closely with schools, teachers, et cetera, to further know about this opportunity and to come on with us.
I have a question, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
I don't see anything over in my little area next to Nebraska. What's the problem?
Mr. President, Commissioner Jolovich, there is no problem. We're still working on it. And we just finished a number of instructor trainings actually just 2 weeks ago. And so we have more teachers and we have more instructors coming online this year, actually this fall and next spring. So we're really working to see more and more.
Is there anything I can do over in my little home stretch?
Mr. President, Commissioner Jolovich, we're always looking for motivated, interested people that we can help get into this process and get started with us and trained.
What grade levels do you generally?
Mr. President, Commissioner Jolovich, so the typical grade level that we're targeting is typically 5th grade on up. All of our resources are written at a 4th grade level, but that's pretty much a really nice range for both understanding and also to really handle firearms and do,
Good to know. I have a daughter-in-law that teaches at Southeast. I'm going to jump right square in the middle of that.
Thank you. That would be
Thank you.
greatly appreciated. So the next program I want to talk about that we launched last year is the National Archery in Schools program. And I say launch because we still had a couple schools around the state that were still doing this program, but the department let go of their partnership about 15 years ago in this program, and we have since revamped it. This program has been really successful as well. And we had 24 schools that participated, 2,100 students that went through this program, most of which were PE teachers. PE has, the storage capacity for archery equipment. They can do it in any weather in the gym typically. And it is very much about, the physical and sports techniques and requirements that you want to do for archery. There's a lot of great patience learned in that and skills, targets, things like that. And there is very, very little to no liability in this program for schools. I know people always ask us that, like, is this dangerous? And we're like, no, not really. Kickball's far more dangerous than typically archery in schools. But so on this note, we hosted 5 basic instructor trainings across the state to get all these teachers online. And then we also hosted our first tournament. I say hosted lightly because we did a virtual one because we just lifted this up last year. But this coming year, one of our agreements with the National Archery in Schools program is that we will host a tournament on an annual basis. And so you'll see more information coming out of this event. Our goal is that we hope that these students then turn and integrate into archery for hunting as the next steps. And so hopefully that's our goal, is to track some of this data and see if these students went through this program with us, these instructors as well, and it eventually led into an uptick in bow hunters. Trout in the Classroom. I love this program. This program is an amazing program. It's a partnership with Trout Unlimited and the Fish Division, and we just couldn't do it without our fish crew and the hatcheries that donate the eggs for this program. Again, this is a national program. We had 28 schools that went through this with us last year, 1,500 students, and we had an amazing, amazing turnout and engagement with these teachers and these students, from everything from aquarium obstacles to the water looks murky, my fish are dying, to I don't want to release them because they're not big enough to catch yet. And then when we did have our release days in designated, mostly community ponds across the state, to see the kids with our fish team releasing the trout into these ponds and then encouraging them to hopefully go back and get them when they're of greater length and opportunity on Free Fishing Day. Oh, before I go any further, so right now we're taking applications for this program. It runs January to May annually. And so we distribute the eggs in January to the schools. We get their aquariums all set up. They go through the whole process. We give them all the curriculum. We have some discussions with them on this. Our partners TU do a ton of effort on this. And then, but right now, as of, I don't know, last week or yes, end of last week, we had 62 schools that applied for this program. And I told you last year we had 28. And so I'm really excited about that. There are some obstacles for some schools with the aquarium equipment and the setup and things like that. But overall, I think this is a really cool program that has a real life engagement factor when you see your fish, growing along.
Mr. President, real quick, I know Kimmer's interested in this trout in the classroom. So what would you say the sign up time was?
Right now,
Right
Mr.
now?
President,
Okay.
and Commissioner Roberts, yes, applications are open, I believe through Friday of this week.
Okay.
And then conservation education in schools. So here's kind of the overall look. We overlaid all the little points together so you can see where we've made the impact across the state and all the things we've done. And so in total, we reached through these school programs alone 4,912 students. And so for the commissioners that have been around since we used to do Game and Fish Expo, I just want to highlight what this means in comparison. So the department used to do the event, which was the expo. We hosted it in Casper. It was an amazing event. Lots of department support and presence across all programs. And our last expo, we had a little over 2,000 students in attendance and this 1 to 2 day event. And so in comparison, we feel like the numbers here are quite significant just in the school programs, and we're getting these students for a longer amount of time, teaching them biological and skills acquisition information that I think has greater effect. I was joking, I was at the fellowship program last week, and I said that I really want Game and Fish department staff, when they come into a classroom with a red shirt on, to have the same impact that law enforcement used to have during the DARE program. It should be something memorable that ties into these information and the skills that's lasting and moves forward and builds trust into the work we do in the department. So education request forms. This was something new we did online, and part of this was truly, we've been doing this for a little over a year, was to really see what the ask was across the state and what we could do better on and as a department in meeting the requests from communities, regionally, schools, et cetera. This education request form also allows us to talk about attendance, participation, what we needed, how much department staff it took. And the best part is that when somebody requests a program for us, whether it's a biologist or warden to come into my class, or I want conservation crates or something bigger, we understand exactly kind of what the demand is around the state and how we can better utilize our team and our resources to meet that. This form, which we did for an internal analysis to kind of get a good idea of what's going on, has actually got a lot of attention from other wildlife agencies across the nation. And we'll be presenting about this form and our school programs at the National Convention at AFWA this year. So it was kind of a happy coincidence, but it's been really interesting from us. And we've been able to pull all kinds of data from this. So since its launch, we've had 190 requests just through this form, and it's just been kind of our way to direct people to get to us. Conservation crates. We launched this last year. We didn't talk a whole lot about it. This is literally what it is. It's a box that has a bunch of resources to put on some kind of an educational programming, whether it's done in schools, whether it's done through a club in the community, a church, anything like that. And then it has different types of curriculum, lesson plans, games, etc., that interact with these topics: migration and habitat, management models, invasive species and diseases, etc. And all of these topics have been vetted and approved through our department experts. And then it's just kind of a nice way when we say, oh, we can't come to your event this week, or we can't meet this request, but would you like to do this instead? And you can run the show. So far, we did zero advertising, zero marketing on this program, and we had a significant number of requests over this last year. Oh, let me go back. I had the list here somewhere. 947 requests and uses of the crate in every single regional office. And so now we're looking at adding additional crates. We did an event where we introduced this to the Department of Education and a number of teachers across the state. And then they give us a bunch of feedback. Oh, you should adapt it this way for this age group, or you should consider adding this in as well that could be relevant. And so it's been a really cool collaboration with the schools and the education realm to see how we can continue bolstering our opportunities. So first year updates and looking ahead, you know, these crates, oh, here's my information. So like I said, it's organically 24 requests, 947 students reached. And then we're actually going to do a marketing campaign on this. We wanted to make sure that they ran the way we wanted. We also trademarked them. And so that's a really cool thing because we want to get the recognition for our cool ideas as well. And so you'll see more of this, and we're going to add some crates, and we're even talking about location-specific crates that would be meaningful for certain regions and areas. So all of these events and all of these programs that I'm discussing back lead into something that the department's been very involved in over this last year, which is the state shooting and education complex. You know, there's a natural nexus for shooting sports and education in relation to our mission. And so one of the big things that we wanted to see when we found out the opportunity for a potential state shooting and education complex was very much to have the education component in there, and that it have the nexus for archery and hunter ed and firearm and shooting sports, everything that we want to lead into this. So the legislation was passed in 2023 to start this process. There was 12 members. Game and Fish had a seat on that, and Director Nesvik was wonderful enough to let me participate in a portion of this as well. And so in 2024, they developed an RFP. They put it out to all the communities, said, where should it be located? Should it have? What can you offer? How should it be ran? All the kinds of components. They eventually narrowed it down to the top two communities, Park and Campbell County. And then Park County was selected and recommended to move forward as the intended site. The task force recommendation that we put forward to be included is that Game and Fish would be involved in the build and use plan specifically for the education facility, for firearm safety and shooting sports education for all who use or visit the facility.
Mr. President, I just wanted to add a couple things there. So the next step in this process is that the task force recommendation will now go to the full legislature and they ultimately will make a decision on the location. If the location ends up being as recommended, Park County, we're anticipating another ask from the group or from, I guess at that point, it'll be the governor's office to, I think all the original partners are going to be asked for an additional contribution. I think that, the best estimate that I've got to this point is about $500,000 is what the commission will probably be asked for. That's to come down the road, but knowing that, I wanted to just give you a heads up now. I don't suspect that there'll be even a good solid number until after the session, after the legislative session, but just a heads up.
So continuing on, the last portion of my spiel, and then I have a wonderful partner who's going to continue this, is on our Why Hunt Fish programs. So Why Hunt Fish is kind of an umbrella program where the department recognizes them as a partner, and it's a partner program, typically partner ran, mostly driven, that focuses on learning to hunt and learning to fish programming. And you can see we have some amazing partners here, First Hunt Foundation, the Wildlife Fund, as I mentioned, Table Mountain Outfitters. I know Angie Denny's in here. Her and her husband Scott have been amazing partners and have done some amazing things with us. Actually, we've done it with them. And then Backcountry Buddies. But one of the cool programs that we just completed and we did for the first time ever was with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. And so I'd like to hand the mic now over to our partner, Jess Johnson, so she can talk about what they did.
Every time I stand up here, I'm like, it can't be that hard. And this is the time that it's going to come back and bite me. So at the governor's forum, the Sportsman's Forum, we met later in the evening and I got to sitting down with Nish and I just sort of spitballed an idea at her. And in true Nish fashion, which I think made it exactly the reason that she got the director's award, Nish goes, let's do it. And it came about in a conversation. I have a bunch of women that are around me inlander that have come up and started to express the desire to want to learn to hunt. A lot of them are vegan, vegetarian, like they're coming from all walks of life. They're all adults. And part of what the problem that they came up to me is they'd heard that I just completed a hunter's education instructor course. And they said, do you think you could put an all adult women's one on? I don't really want to sit in a hunter's ed course with a 12-year-old boy, and I want more time with the rifles because I'm a little scared of them. That was sort of what started this. And I said, yeah, I can figure that out. And I sat on it, and then I talked with Nish. And then it turned into not just a hunter's education course, it turned into 2 full weekends, and what turned into what we're calling More Than Gatherers, which I love the name for. It's an all-women's sort of 2-weekend experience that culminates in a hunter's education certification. We went about this a little differently though. We actually had them take the online course because I don't have to tell adults, maybe not a great idea to drink and shoot or, like some of the things that they can learn online and they can stick, but also that it gave us time to dive into the things, the more philosophical questions, the things they were worried about, the how, the identification, more discussion on game laws and stuff like that. We pitched it. I think originally was talking about 30 spots. Nish went, you used to go a little lower. I'm so glad she did. 25 was a lot. Next year, I think we're going to be doing 20. It filled in about 3 days. Only about 14 of them didn't have a hunter's education certificate, which is really cool. So it was a mix of people that had taken hunter's education before, but felt like they needed more or they didn't really know what to do with it. and a mix of women who had never done it before. So there was a really interesting sort of education coming forward. The other part of this that I was really proud of is this was taught by a team, not just myself, not just Wyoming Wildlife Federation, but a team of 15 women from across the state, one from Idaho, Commissioner Lundvall being one of them. Thank you so much for that. And 2 fantastic men. They were lovely and wonderful, and I was very proud that they came and also showed these women that the hunting and men in hunting are willing to work with them and hear their vulnerabilities and accept them into the hunting industry. It was really fantastic. We kicked it off. We did what I had booked into 2 hours, what ended up taking 4 hours of just basic gun handling, led by Commissioner Lundvall. It was incredible. We moved into ethical shots and hunting scenarios, game laws, and hunters education stuff. We had a female game warden, Heather Sterling. I know she's just recently left, but she came from the Evanston area, and she was amazing. It was so good, I think, for these women to see another woman in law enforcement in front of them talking about these hunting sort of mistakes, what you need to do, what the game laws are for, and why they're there. We also had a nearly 2-hour thing on bear safety, bear identification, large carnivore education around that, making sure that we're putting hunters out there that have the safest approach, but also with the most knowledge. And it wasn't just bear safety, it was life cycle, it was ecology, it was some of the science we now know around the large carnivores. Then we culminated in evenings, philosophical talks. I sat down with them in the evening. We talked about the wolf incident and what's happening. We talked about policy. We talked about Game and Fish Commission meetings. We talked about the legislature, the difference between statute and regulation. I think one of the things that you can do when you're teaching women and adult women at that is I came to this very vulnerable. I came to this as a hunter who has made mistakes, as a hunter who is involved in advocacy work, sometimes making mistakes there. But I think when you put people in front of them and you say, I'm not perfect, it's doable, but here's how you handle the mistakes. Here's how you follow up and be an advocate. Here's how you engage a little more. Speaking to our last topic where I talked about building better hunters, the unique thing that I found with this is that we get to build the hunters that we want to meet in the woods. And these women are exactly that. It was an incredible course. We went on to the live fire day. This was incredible. Some of these women had never touched guns before. We started with 22s and 20 gauges, but then a lot of us brought our own rifles, and we had large bore rifles for them to shoot and try. And we talked about what calibers were good for what game, what it feels like, how to go in and buy a gun as a woman and not just get taken to the store, so to speak, not get outgunned, not, sort of knowing how to go in and ask for what you want and not just have someone tell you what you need. I think that was a really empowering experience. Many of these gals, my favorite bit about this, and it's a shout out to one of our big partners, Sig Sauer, the gun company, donated a rangefinder, a gun, and a scope, a nearly $4,000 package that we got to surprise one of these gals with at the end. And we all as instructors got together, picked which one was what the gal to receive it. And my favorite story is that when we went and asked her, sort of like, are you staying in this? What do you have a rifle? Things like that. She's like, no. But I went into my gun store, my local gun store, and I asked if I could shoot a 64 Creedmoor. And we went, okay, we're going to work on the verbiage, but I think we picked the right one. So the live fire day, Diane Martinez out of the Laramie office, she was our RSO. Again, a nearly all women instructor course led by women and taken by women. It was really amazing to be a part of. And you can see Ashley's daughter came as well. And she was this incredible sort of soft bridge between like, if a 13-year-old girl can do this and stand there and talk about it confidently and be excited, then, it's this amazing sort of soft entry for these women to say, yes, I can do this as well. The next weekend, and this is where we had some stories that came into it. The first day, listen, you guys, we have a really complicated licensing system. we dedicated about 2.5 hours to teaching them about the licensing system, how to put in for first, second, and third choice, how to look at draw odds, how to pick where you're going to hunt. What is the difference between a type 1 license and a type 9, and why do you need to know that? You know, how to use OnX. OnX donated memberships for every one of these women. It was incredible. How to scout, how to glass, how there's different animal behavior during different times of the season. So not just saying, you know, here's the information to be a hunter, go figure it out. But it was like, hey, here's like a couple open doors to go a little further. And then the next day, we did a bunch of things like how to pack a pack, how to do, you know, put heavy weights on your pack so you're not crippling yourself. As a small built person, you know, packs with an elk quarter in them fit a little differently on women than they do on men. And to talk about that, Kafaru donated 2 packs to these gals and we raffled them off. You can see the 2 winners there. Kenzie with Kafaru came and taught how to do this. It was really, really cool for them to see all of this. We had Era now with the Fremont Search and Rescue teach a full first aid course about hunting injuries that you're gonna get, whether it's cuts, whether it's backcountry hygiene, things like that. It was an incredible thing to sit through, and Knowles donated all of the first aid kits for these gals. It was, we're looking at lowering the barriers. How do we make it easier to get into this? And then that second day as well, and I can tell you it was a bit of a rodeo on how we got to this, but we had an animal to butcher with them. Major shout out to the Lander Field Office of Wyoming Game and Fish Department, Jason Hunter, Warden Rob Scheit. These people bent over backwards to make sure that we got something to butcher, whether it was an elk or a mule deer. So we held a full butchering course. We talked about what's the difference between gutting, what's the difference between the gutless method, how you do that, meat care, how to get the skin off, how the different meat care for different species is, talking about antelope meat and how you need to get it cooled faster than anything else so that it's still good and everything like that. So a lot of that discussion, but we tied that in with one of our conservation ambassadors, Maggie Johnson. She's a research scientist for the Montana Cooperative Wildlife Research Unit. She used to be here. She still lives out of Laramie. She's an amazing, amazing representative for us, but she taught how to take a CWD sample and brucellosis, as well as education around what is CWD, what are we doing about it, and what is brucellosis, and how to be the best hunter you can be out in the field by behaving in the way that we all hope they do. We then, I'll promise you, it was not the mule deer that we butchered. We gave them some elk grind, but then these women went and participated in our wild game cook-off that WWF hosts. So they got to cook game meat as well, taste it. We gave them elk. This mule deer that we ended up butchering was a roadkill mule deer, and I was just not quite confident that we should be serving that to the public. So we went with some very good cow elk grind. They served sliders. They came in, I think, second to the Lander Field Office of the Game and Fish, which won the cook-off again this year. And then the last day, we culminated with talking about seasonal behavior and a really long conversation about how to present yourself to the world as a hunter, how to take ethical photos, how to tell more of a story. You know, we always say that hunting, you know, picture's worth 1,000 words. Oftentimes, to someone who doesn't understand hunting, 1,000 words is not enough. So we had a really amazing media gal, Katie Hill. She's worked with Meat Eater, Outdoor Life, and she now freelance writes for the Western. And she gave a really lovely talk about how we engage with the rest of the world, what the press looks like, how the press is representing hunting, where we can be better, and how we can engage a little more. And then we had the test, everybody passed. And it's been this incredible groundswell of women that have come up. A couple of the things I want to make sure, this would not have happened without Wyoming Game and Fish Department. This would not have happened without Nish. This would not have happened without Renee Schell out of the Lander Field Office. It wouldn't have happened without First Hunt Foundation coming in, Women Hunt from Wyoming Wild Sheep, from National Wild Sheep and Wyoming Wild Sheep, Sitka, Hunt West, and Megan Cobb. It was the groundswell that came up. I called people, was like, hey, I have this harebrained idea. I couldn't even get through the pitch, and people were like, how do I help? I'm on board. Commissioner Lundvall was the same way. I came up to her at the last commission meeting. I was like, I need help. I'm not as familiar on the rifle range as I know you are. She showed up with an arsenal and helped educate and teach everyone as well. So this was an amazing, amazing showing of support. We will be doing this into the future. I think we have some things we can tweak, but I want to make sure that we say thank you to you all. Game and Fish donated the use of Whiskey Camp. You guys donated a bunch of time. The Lander Field office was incredible. I just cannot say thank you enough because it was one of the most magical experiences. And I think this is the kind of thing where we start changing and building the better hunters. And it doesn't happen without your help. So thank you for being there.
Thank you, Jess. Any comments for Jess? Super. Nish?
Mr. President, that's the end of my presentation, and we'll stand for any questions you have.
Any questions for Nish? I must say that was the longest 3 minutes I've ever been through.
No. Thank you for your
Thank you,
time.
Nish. Chief King.
President Ladwig, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to follow Nish. Hopefully that buzz carries you through my dry monotone presentation.
I'm not going to.
Yeah. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk today about our game and fish policy 5G. This is our domestic animals policy. And I'm going to skip through some different parts of this, go through some of it pretty quickly and really focus in on horse use in the department. So our domestic animal policy provides guidance on the possession, use, and maintenance of domestic animals when they're in department vehicles, present at department facilities, or used for department business. So like I said, I just want to touch quickly on the policy, what it covers, but really focus in on the part of the policy that pertains to the use of horses for department work, and then allow some time for questions. So our policy does cover things like who can have chickens and where on department facilities. I don't think you all probably want to get into the weeds on what's in the policy. You can read it. It's pretty straightforward. We cover things like, can you have horses at fish hatcheries? The answer is no. We cover what's required of folks if they're going to have their dog with them while they're working. That is something that's unique to the Game and Fish Department. We do have an MOU with the state motor vehicle folks to allow that exception. I think that's fantastic. Hopefully that never goes away. It's kind of like a red shirt, green truck. That ability, I think, is pretty unique and important for us. But like I said, I'll focus on department horse use. So, in our agency, a green truck is essential to the work we do, but I can't stress enough how important it is for our department to maintain the ability to use horses for our work. It's not just something that's a cool tradition that we want to carry on. It's absolutely mission critical that we have employees who have the skills and knowledge and ability to use horses in accomplishing our mission. And I'll give you a few examples. Obviously, our folks need to be able to get into the backcountry to contact hunters and anglers. We're so lucky in this state to have some of the most remote wilderness left in the lower 48. We have fantastic places where critters reside that tough to get to, and you can't get to it on a vehicle. You have to use a horse, and we're blessed to have that. But our folks need to be able to get into the backcountry for that work. We do a lot of habitat and population inventories via horseback. It can't all be done from a pickup or even from an aircraft. Our large carnivore crew uses horses extensively for their work. Our folks need to have the ability to get in and investigate depredation claims and self-defense shootings, of large carnivores. And I would just highlight the fact that you know, our federal partners don't have these same skills and abilities to do that work like our folks do. Our folks at a minute's notice have the ability to load up a trailer full of horses and hit the backcountry and go investigate critical incidences that they need to. And other agencies just don't have that ability. There are some other unique uses for horses. Just recently, the Cody region went and did some much needed repair on the thoroughfare cabin. Our services division did a fantastic job of organizing that. Our wildlife division folks helped. I think they packed in something like 60 bags of sackcrete via horsepower to get to the thoroughfare cabin and do that maintenance work. So the part of the policy that pertains to horse use really is found in this section. So every position has a JCQ. It's basically a description of the job. And within that description of the job, we highlight whether horses are required to accomplish the mission for that position or not. And so both biologists, game wardens, supervisors, coordinators, who reside in places where we think it's essential that they have horses, yeah, that's outlined in their JCQ. So we currently have about 61 positions that the JCQ identifies as horse districts. Those horse requirements range from 1 to 4 horses. So we authorize essentially about 112 horses in those 61 positions. The department does own a few horses. We currently have about 14 that are department-owned horses, but the rest are personally owned horses. So if you're the new biologist or game warden going into a district that requires horse use, it's on you to purchase the horse and the tack. But we do provide for some compensation for that use. We reimburse folks at a rate of $55 a month for feed and $55 a month for use. So a total of $110 per month. It equates out to $1,320 per year per horse. We require folks to get a minimum of 12 horse use days per horse per year. Total cost of the department in fiscal year 24 was about $125,000. That some folks don't claim the full amount every month. If they did, it would be, the cost could be about $150,000. But in my opinion, when you look at that, the benefit that the department gets and the ability for us to do our job well with horses, this is a pretty minor expense. Our employees can twice a year submit the reimbursement form to get that horse allowance. And the horse allowance that we pay, that reimbursement rate, isn't set in commission policy. It's just an internal department fiscal procedure. So I do want to touch on a little bit of, using horses. As you all know, it's probably not a matter of if, but a matter of when and how bad you're going to get hurt when you're working with horses. It can be pretty dangerous. But for a long time, we have gone to great lengths to make sure we provide good, solid training for our folks. We have a horse use committee, I want to thank those guys. It's Kyle Lash, Dave Hyde, Cody Bish, Travis Crane, Jordan Winter, Nick Roberts, and Grant Gerharder. Those individuals, that group right there that is a lot of talent, a lot of backcountry horsemanship knowledge in that group. They provide recommendations to the department on training and other matters of using horses. And I really appreciate their work. So currently, our training program, these pictures are taken at Dwayne Hagen's Fiddleback Ranch just out of Meeteetse. So right now, we have a really great partnership with Dwayne. For those of you who know Dwayne, there are people who know horses and are very skilled. And then there's Dwayne. He's just a phenomenal individual that really knows people, and he knows horses, and he knows how to get the two to work together. And we're so lucky to have that partnership with him. And so every spring we send about a dozen of our employees up there. They spend a week with him and our horse committee members. And by the end of that week, we really move the needle in terms of their skills and abilities and confidence and ability to use horses for their work. Just, I can't say enough about Dwayne and the work that he can do with our folks. Even some of our most experienced people go up there, spend a week with him, and leave with new knowledge. Before I get to the last slide, I did just want to talk about a couple of things. So, like I said, our horse committee gets together every year. They continue to provide recommendations to us. I think in the near term, or in the short term, there's a couple of things that the department needs to continue to do. We need to continue this partnership with Dwayne to provide great training. It's a very cost-effective approach. I think we are at a point where we need to revisit our horse allowance. So back in 2020, we raised it from $36 a month to $55 per month. But if you look at the costs of owning and maintaining a horse these days, that really isn't covering it right now. You can spend $100 on a farrier. If you're riding your horse from spring to the time snow flies, you're probably doing that 4 times a year. Feed is expensive, $250 a ton for feed. I think it's time that we revisit that reimbursement rate and look to provide an adjustment there. We also know that purchasing a good horse right now it's crazy expensive to buy a good horse. You can spend $5,000 to $15,000 for a good quality horse. To find a horse that the chief can ride, you probably got to pay at least 15 grand to find a good broke horse like that. So that's a huge investment for our folks. And if something happens to that horse, it becomes unusable or dies, we don't compensate that loss. And so one thing that we're looking at that I think we're about ready to pull the trigger on is providing a stipend along with this reimbursement that we're paying so that a person could purchase an insurance plan. There's a lot of insurance companies out there that'll cover mortality loss of a horse at a pretty reasonable cost. And so I think we're to the point we've done enough research that our recommendation will be to provide a little bit of a stipend to a person that can purchase one of those policies and help protect their investment. We've looked at other creative ways to keep people in horses, and we've looked at horse rentals. I think that's an option we're going to use more and more often, is renting from places like Yellowstone Horse Rentals. We've looked at other creative options like partnering with the Honor Farm to provide good broke horses. I think really the department's going to have to consider investing and purchasing more horses as we look towards the future. They're just very expensive, and it can be unrealistic to have a person step into a district and have to take, for an example, a biologist who goes to a district, has to worry about housing, and on top of that, find the funds to purchase saddles and tack and a horse. It can be overwhelming. I think the department's going to have to look at the costs of purchasing horses more than what we've done in the past. So just to wrap up, so the use of horses really for our work is just critical, and it's really important that we have the ability for folks to use horses safely. And I just want to take a minute to thank Director Nesbitt for his work to help provide training for our folks and support the use of horses for, again, this is mission critical work. This isn't just something fun that we do to maintain a tradition. It's critical to our mission. And Director Nesbitt has really gone above and beyond to make sure that just like Albert Nelson back in 1899 used horses on a daily basis to carry out the work he was doing then. Our folks today need to be able to do the same thing, and Director Nesbitt has done an outstanding job in making sure that this is a skill that we maintain in the department. So thank you. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. President, I have one for Chief King. Slide number 2, is it just yellow labs you can let drive the pickup, or is it any breed?
It turns out yellow labs are safer drivers than a lot of our employees, so they don't trigger that black box as often.
Mr. President,
Commissioner Brokaw.
excuse me. I didn't realize it was a JQC requirement when we hired those people, and you're right, horses are expensive, and if you're a young kid out of college looking to get placed, oh, but here you have to have $20,000 worth of gear. That's daunting. I didn't realize that. And so I would like to make a motion or discuss the correct direction to take this and give back to the department direction to bring back to this commission. Would that be a budget, a potential proposed budget? I think we should get right on top of this, and by our next budget cycle, we should have a horse line item of however you envision that.
Mr. President.
Ashley.
First of all, thank you, Chief King, for doing this. It's my fault he had to go after Nish. And Corey Johnson is right after him, and that's my fault too. But the reason why I wanted this to be presented to the commission is just what Ralph said, is I think that we like to, boast a lot that we have the best employees, and we do, there's no doubt about that. But what it actually takes to be a Game and Fish employee, and what it takes to not only get into it, but to stay in it, to continue to have these folks that we're recognizing for 10, 20, 30 years of service. What we ask out of our employees is very, very rare. And I don't think as a commission, we always understand what that looks like for those people that are boots on the ground. And so, first of all, thank you for the presentation and for all the people that, attributed to it, as well as the one that Corey's going to give next. But I second what Ralph said. I think that this is informational. The next one's going to be informational, but it's going to give us a good idea of some things that we do have the power to change and affect to make it easier for not only new employees to come into the Game and Fish department, but to recognize and to keep the wonderful employees that we already have. And so I thought it was fascinating. I don't think it was, I know Corey's going to say his is boring too, but this is what we need to understand. We're asking from our employees and how we're compensating them and what that looks like. And so I too would love to see us come back with some type of a recommendation to make this easier to not only get new employees, but keep the ones that we have and make sure that they're being taken care of like they should be. Just real quick too, I know we talked a lot about horses. Can you tell us a little bit about, I know the dogs in the truck, and that's awesome that they get to bring them. And I love going into the Game and Fish building. Everybody's got their dogs there. What about the dogs that are actually used for Game and Fish work? Can you tell us just a little bit about that?
Yeah, President Ladwig, Commissioner Lundvall, thanks for bringing that up. So we do have a handful of folks in our large carnivore section that own their own hounds and use those hounds for a lot of great work they carry out. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do some of the research projects that we've done across the state, from the Black Hills to Casper to Western Wyoming. And so that is very unique for us. And again, it's a testament to the quality of employees that we have, that they just are passionate about the work they do, so passionate that they essentially are buying their own gear, using their own equipment, if you will, to carry out their work. And so those folks that have hounds, we don't compensate them for that use. We have paid a few vet bills here and there, but that hasn't amounted to much. So again, we don't have a formal compensation program for their use, but just have provided coverage for a few vet bills here and there.
Mr. President, thank you for that information. Is that something, as the commission chooses to do, could we do some looking into that as well? I know, and a lot of it happens up in my area, but I'm talking one-on-one to these guys and sometimes the thousands of dollars in vet bills and taking your hounds out and then one of them gets chewed up by a cat or something like that. And I think that's definitely something that, you know, most of us don't get asked in our everyday job to have to cover expenses like that. And so I would definitely like to see more information on what we can do to maybe up that reimbursement as well.
I agree, and thank you for the information. I'm gonna take a leap here, and for sake of time. I think the commission would approve giving direction to the department to come back with some information concerning this matter, both with horses and other animals. And it's something that's not gonna happen overnight, but at least we got to start. And I didn't realize myself what was going on with the animals. It was amazing presentation, and we learn something every day. But I think the department has the information, or will be able to develop the information to bring back to the commission.
We can certainly do that. So thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Not with, recommend the commissioners. My presentation is more boring than Rick's. There's no horses, no dogs and trucks. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, and Commissioner Lindvall. I'm requesting more information on employee compensation, specific elements within that. This came about as part of a speech, or I guess an update that I gave at a regional, all-region meeting in Cody. And she wanted more information on it and thought it'd be a good topic for the commission. So I'm happy to present on some additional information. So as an outline, today I'm going to cover a few different things. In particular, Commissioner Lundvall was interested in the idea of longevity pay and what that looks like for the state. So I'll cover that. I'll also cover bonus for exempt employees, or B. I'll refer to it as B moving forward. And there's two components to that. There's a time and there's a pay component. And then I'll talk about some base pay information for game and fish employees and kind of the way we're structured as a state for compensation. So the first one, longevity pay, I'm actually going to read from the slide, which I don't love to do, but this is established in statute. And it's in statute 9-2-3207. And in there it states, longevity pay increases shall be approved at a rate of $40 per month for each 5 years of service. Longevity pay increases shall not be considered as part of base pay. So this is a statute. It is required as a state employees that we provide this. Every 5 years of service, you get an additional $40 added, not to your base pay, but as a line item in your paycheck. So I looked at Game and Fish and just pulled some information for you to just review. Our department is in that table, shows the longevity amount being paid in the first column on the left, the years of service, and then what percentage of the agency falls into that category. So we have about 30% that are not receiving any form of longevity, around 60% that fit in what I would call sort of a mid-career range, and then that final 12% are seasoned veterans. So that is longevity pay. That's how it's applied, and at which rates any change to that would have to take place in statute. In regards to B time and B pay, the way that works is for exempt employees. So employees that are not eligible for any kind of overtime. If an exempt employee at Game and Fish works 10 hours over the base hours for the month, they can then start becoming eligible for B payer time on the 11th hour worked over. So the example up there is there's 176 hours for base hours in a month. The employee would need to work 187 hours and they become eligible for either B time or B pay. So that table, the two tables up there, the top one is the B pay and how that's allocated. I know the text is small on that. Essentially, once you hit 11 hours, 11 to 24 hours, you are eligible for a pay schedule for a bonus, and that's $125 in that first range. Second range is 25 to 39. The bonus for that range is $250, and so on and so forth. It caps out at 625 for 70+ hours above the base hours in that month. B time is a little different. You get hour for hour once you hit that if you choose to go with B time. Time is essentially paid leave. We don't, if we have employees that work a lot of hours, they typically don't prefer to choose that because they have a hard time using all of their annual leave anyway, so it doesn't make sense to choose B leave. And they do have the option to choose one or the other. So moving on from those two components, I want to talk a little bit about base pay information for Game and Fish employees and state employees. We'll go over kind of how it's structured first. So each position is provided a class code based on the work that they do. That includes the JCQ in describing that, but we put them into a class code. Here's some examples of some class codes that we use frequently at Game and Fish. Each class code is assigned a grade, and each grade has a pay range. You can see in that there's a minimum to a max. There's something in the middle called MPP. That stands for Market Policy Position. It's sort of the target range for where a seasoned, capable employee should fall. And then there's the 90%. That's 90% of MPP. And I'll get to why that matters shortly. So that's the way it's structured. That's how we determine where an employee falls and what pay they're eligible for, what range they're eligible to be paid within. So kind of some history to up to date and kind of so you understand where we've come from and where we are with pay. We had two really big pay increases in 2022 and 2023. The Game and Fish average in 2022 was 8%, 23 was 9.4%. So a total between those 2 years of about 17.4% in increases over a 2-year period. A pretty substantial amount. It was based on a matrix. The matrix was divided in your performance evaluation score and where you fell in that pay range percentile. So this was the 2023 one. You can see 9.4, well, maybe you can't, but it's the top end of commendable and the minimum of the percentile. That's about where most Game and Fish employees fell.
Mr. President? May I? Was that for all state employees or was that specifically for department employees?
Mr. President, Commissioners, yes, that was for all state employees. Great question. So this was not something developed by Game and Fish. This was developed by the State Department of Information, and I'm spacing A&I. Administration and Information, HRD. So this was developed by them. And just kind of to backtrack a little bit, when we receive pay increases as state employees, those are typically passed through budget in the legislative process. And then it goes to A&I, HRD to kind of come up with the mechanism for distributing that pay. And this was the mechanism that they chose to do so. So we had those two big increases. In addition to those pay increases in 22 and 23, there was also a change to the compensation policy that the state has. So once again, that's owned and developed by A&I HRD. So the policy change that was significant that I want to address today is it established that we could not pay permanent or probationary employees below 90% of MPP. So that's why that column now exists in that table that I showed you, which is a very positive thing. Prior to this, these two moves, these pay increases and this change to the policy, the average for a Game and Fish employee was about 85% of MPP. Now it's 93, which is up there as well. So it made it so we can't backslide and lose some of the progress we made and go back down to a lower average for our employees at Game and Fish. It did have the unintended consequence of Now, when we bring someone new into we'll say a biologist position, there's a decent chance that there's other biologists in that position that have been with us for a long period of time that are also at 90% of MPP. So it has that unanticipated consequence of tenured employees feeling like they're paid the same as someone who's brand new. So it was a big positive. It did have that consequence to it. So looking at kind of where we sit in range in the pay range, the average for game and fish employees is now 93%. So game and fish average is employees are at 93% of MPP. Game and fish employees that are at 90% exactly is 44.2% of our agency is paid at 90% of MPP, which is the minimum that we are able to pay them according to pay policy. The state employee, so all of the state of Wyoming average is 40.6. So we're a little bit higher than that, but pretty close to the state average. And then if you drill a little deeper, there's some specific class codes that we have a higher percentage of our employees that are at that 90% or close to 90% range. So up there in that second table, the one on the right, I have class codes for senior game wardens, senior biologist, senior fish culturist, and fish culturist. You can see the average for the senior biologist and game wardens, 91%. And for our fish culturists is 90%. So pretty much our entire hatchery system below the superintendent level is at 90% of MPP. They all get paid the same amount, regardless of how long they've been with the state. And in total, that encompasses about 178 employees at Game and Fish who are paid right at that minimum level. On this final chart / table, the bottom piece, so starting from the bottom up, shows that first table I showed with longevity and kind of how that sits. I just flipped it on its side. And then above that shows how long employees have been with the agency and roughly where they fall within that pay range percentage. So under 5 years, about 91.4%, and so on and so forth. You can see with that trend line, it does appear to trend upwards. So our more tenured employees do tend to be higher than 90% of MPP or closer to that midpoint. But I would also say those higher positions typically have more of our supervisory positions, and it does seem to be a breakdown between field and supervisory positions where we have more personnel and kind of field positions at that closer to that 90% range. So with all that information, that's what I want to present on today. I think that covers what Commissioner Lundvall wanted. And I would stand for any questions on any of that. I know it's a lot of information.
Any questions for Mr. Johnson?
I've already asked him
Commissioner
most of these, but
Lundvall?
I want him to answer them in front of all of you as well.
Great.
So, and you and I have talked about this. My 3 biggest issues with this, when I finally realized all of the information and understood half of it. Number one, and I guess my question is, if we see an issue with any of this, what's the best way to fix it? I know some things we can do internally, some things the commission votes on, some things have to go before the legislature and all that. The first is giving more recognition to those that have stayed with the agency for longer. The second, the B pay with, I know like our wardens and biologists, certain times of the year, the amount of hours that they're working is absolutely ridiculous. It would probably be illegal in other professions. So finding out how we can do better there. And then this whole idea of, like you mentioned, the negative thing that came out of that study or that change, where we've got people that are coming in brand new out of college, making the exact same pay as people that are tenured that have been there for longer. So are all those needing to be fixed the same way if we wanted to, or do they have to be fixed different ways? Or could you tell us more about that?
President Ladwig, Commissioners, Director Nesvik, great questions. I'm going to try and remember all of them. You're going to have to keep me on track with a few of them. The mechanism to address them is a little bit different for each. So longevity, that's through statute. So that one's maybe the trickiest. B, that's an appendix to the compensation policy. So that's ANI HRD's ability to address that and review that. As far as compensation and where our employees sit within the pay band or the pay grade that they're assigned to. That one's trickier. I think there's a combination of, I want to be careful how I frame this, but ANI HRD owns the compensation policy. The commission owns its budget. Somewhere in the middle, there's maybe an opportunity to present an option to address that. I would say it in the terms of potentially a compensation plan, not a policy that's commission-based or department-based. But anything that the commission would put together, the department would put together, the way I understand it is, since HRD owns that policy, they would review and approve any kind of change to that. And that's me doing my best not to put myself in hot water.
And that, just to maybe put a finer point on that question, is it essentially requires the agency going to ANI, HRD, Human Resource Division, and making proposals. The agency kind of asked, that's the route we would have to go.
Correct.
Question, Mr. President, if we did that for our employees, could HRD adjust that policy to apply to just Game and Fish employees, or would that have to apply to all state employees? Could we be specific?
Mr. President, Commissioners, Director Nesvik, so if the plan that was created by the Department Commission fell within the policy, it wouldn't be an exception to the policy. It would just need to be approved that yes, it's in compliance with the policy. If it differed from the policy, then we would need to request some sort of exception and get approval to do something different than what's in the policy. So that's the best way I kind of know to respond to that question. If it's within the policy, I think it can be proposed without a change to the policy.
Last one, I promise. So, and I don't know if you can answer this, Corey, or if Director Nesvik can answer. Do you think it's fair to say that out of all the state employees, that probably our employees use the B pay more than anyone else?
Mr. President, Commissioners, Director Nesvik, yes. That is my understanding, is that B time and B pay as a component of the compensation policy is primarily used by Wyoming Game and Fish. There are some agencies that use it, but it's usually on a case-by-case basis. As far as the extensive use of it, Game and Fish is the only one that I know of that uses it the way we use it.
So what is the simplest thing, if it's the pleasure of the commission moving forward, to start down the pathway, which I know isn't going to be an easy thing. But if we want to head down that pathway of reviewing some of these or making some suggestions, what would that look like?
In regards to addressing the B pay specifically?
Sure, let's start with that one.
Mr. President, Commissioners, Director Nesvik, that's a really good question. I'm not entirely sure of the answer. I've asked about updating, like what it would, if there's been any consideration into updating the B pay table. The response I received was that there really hadn't been. I'm not entirely sure what the best way to make that request from this body would be.
Yeah, so Mr. President, I think the best way is if the commission was to give the department direction to evaluate what would be, you know, what we believe would be appropriate, and then to make that proposal to ANI. I mean, that ANI has the ultimate authority here to make changes to any of this. And so I think that's where it would have to start, is with the department making a proposal and taking it down to ANI.
And I would like to propose that.
I would join. It's not enough. Whatever they're paid, it's not enough.
Any other comments? I think you heard the recommendation.
I did.
The recommendation, it was, that's the way I took it.
That was a directive.
Okay. Understood.
I'm sure, Mr. President, when the time came to go meet with the good people at ANI, that I imagine some people, some commissioners would be happy to accompany you to discuss that.
Sign me up. Put me on the list.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes,
Thank you very
bet.
much.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown. Have you got it studied?
Say that again?
Have you got it studied?
Yeah, I've been practicing. I'm not as good as Jess, though I did bring notes. So anyway, President Ladwig, Director Nesbitt and the commission, I'm Nate Brown with the Wildlife Fund. I'm standing in for Chris McBarnes, who is trying his best to manage elk and the bighorns right now. So there's power in partnerships. Let me click on this thing and see what works. First of all, the Wildlife Fund, your partner foundation, has had tremendous success over the past 4.5 years. With direction from the commission and the guidance of the department, we've had the opportunity to make some lasting commitments to Wyoming's wildlife and produce long-term results that have a profound positive impact. Some examples of this work include the Inspire a Kid Camp, where the Wildlife Fund has showcased conservation to over 100 kids from across the country, immersing them in education from the department staff and other influential folks from across Wyoming. Another great example of the fund's success is the Maury Brown Kids Fishing Day. You heard Nish mention it earlier. With the help of the department and the support of Maury's family and folks like Brian and Peaches Terrell, we've had the privilege of taking nearly 800 kids fishing on the Iron Mountain Ranch, along with them with more than 500 of their relatives and guardians. This is why you created the Wildlife Fund and what you created us to do. Support the work of the department under the commission by making meaningful contributions to conservation and inspiring a new generation of wildlife enthusiasts to carry that torch long into the future. One way we can keep the future bright is through the support of private working lands. The Pooled Migration Fund does just that. As many of you know, about 2.5, 3 years ago now, there were 5 core areas that were identified through the work of the department, NGOs, and other agencies. A large percentage of the core areas are private working lands that are critical to wildlife movement across the state. Initially, we ended up appointing or using 5 initial grantees that included the Nature Conservancy, the Western Landowner Alliance, the Greater Yellowstone Coalition, Jackson Hole Land Trust, and the Wyoming Stock Growers Land Trust. Phase 1, the high points of phase 1 involves some great work, as you can see on this slide. Those groups hosted countless community workshops, connecting dozens of landowners with farm bill programs that support their working lands. We secured $10 million in ASEP funding, effectively working to protect nearly 12,000 acres of working land through 17 easements. We helped enroll 61,000 acres of land in the grassland CRP priority zone. This is a 264% increase in the priority areas compared to previous years. We also helped conserve 307,000 acres of land through $11 million in EQIP investments with practices like fence modifications and weed control and that sort of thing. So as you can see, that money has been working well. The initial investment, those 5 groups that were picked at the start have done a great job. Now we're at the point where we kind of started to get into the actual working part of this and the implementation part of it. So this phase 2 RFP and emergent allocations included $100,000 to combat cheatgrass over 8,900 acres of land on native rangelands in Carbon County, $75,000 on habitat improvement through juniper and shrub removals in the Baggs mule deer herd region, $285,000 of wildlife-friendly fencing to both open up 16 square miles of habitat in the Red Desert sublet mule deer migration corridor and the Baggs corridor as well. $73,000 to carry out critical fence inventory in the Sunlight and Oregon basins, as well as the YU bench outside of Cody, and another 75 grand to focus on wildlife permeability on the Wind River Indian Reservation as the tribal partners are working on their buffalo program. So to follow up with that, this year we had the opportunity to take both existing funders and potential funders on a funders tour. So it was pretty cool. That was our van. They made me drive that thing. I did wear my cowboy hat. It was kind of weird, but anyway, we took all those folks on a great trip with generous support from the Gila Flora Foundation that made that possible. The Wildlife Fund was able to take existing and potential funders starting in Cody up the North Fork, traveling through the Wind River Reservation to Pinedale and culminating in a collaborators dinner in Jackson that showcased 4 of the 5 core areas that have been the focus of that pooled migration fund. They were given a firsthand look at just unbelievable ranches and places where this stuff has been implemented. Some of those things that we looked at were conservation easements that are in place, fence modifications, invasive species work, migration corridors, and highway crossing projects. Without the support of the department staff, like Jill Randall, Cheyenne Stewart, and Troy Fiesler, along with others, this wouldn't have been possible to make this happen. They rode with us. They gave the best tour and the best information that money can buy. We also had Jackie Bynum and Brian Jensen of the USDA, along with Pat Nelica of the Fish and Wildlife Service. And I also want to give a shout out to Mark Wilson and Taylor Phillips, our own board members, for supporting that tour as well. So anyway, it was an awesome thing. So the next thing I want to talk about is another way to keep the future bright is to introduce hunting opportunities to new groups of people by providing mentorship opportunities such as our Table Mountain Outfitters elk hunts in areas where elk truly need managed on private land. So as we've been hearing a lot today, private lands have a lot of challenges, and through some of the opportunities provided through Table Mountain, I want to recognize Angie Denny is right there. This has just been an amazing experience. We got to take some kids over the last 2 years. We've taken about 55 or so kids, women, and also wounded warriors on cow elk hunts in eastern Wyoming, exclusively on private land. And Angie wanted me to mention as well that some of these landowners have only allowed hunts to take place on their land for this purpose. So we're bridging the gap with critical land, that needs hunted and elk herds that need managed. In 2023, 23 out of 30 were successful in harvesting a cow or calf elk. 2024 was a little bit of a challenge due to the full moon and some of the weather that we've had, but 13 out of 25 were still successful, which is overall a success rate of 65%, which is well above the state average for harvesting elk. Harvesting an elk is just the icing on the cake. The real benefit is sharing Wyoming's hunting heritage with the folks who need it the most. Some of these kids would never have these opportunities had this opportunity not been provided through support like people like Scott and Angie Denny. There was actually, I want to share another story that Angie shared. There were only two kids, two hunters, one kid and a veteran that didn't have a harvest opportunity, but they still had a blast in camp and left very happy. That's what hunting's all about. It's not killing, it's hunting. One youth in particular showed great restraint under pressure and didn't take a hurried shot in the middle of an elk herd. That's what mentorship is all about. We all need mentors. Some of these people don't have the opportunities that I did, having a good dad that took me hunting. And with that, I want to actually just show a quick video. This is the kid that's in the video. He's from Casper, but I'm going to let you guys play that video if you would, Sam. And we'll click on that and then I'll carry on. I'm glad I was able to get that done. I stopped on the way here and cornered them and got that little deal. It was almost at the edge of my technical capabilities to get it all spliced together. But anyway, again, we just want to thank the commission and the department, Scott and Angie Denny, the Flying V, the private landowners that made this opportunity available to provide a life-changing experience to over 50 women, youth, and wounded warriors. And thanks again, Rusty. This kind of work is really, really amazing to be involved in, and excited to keep doing it more in the future. So doing this type of work takes a lot of time, effort, and financial support. Thank you. I also want to thank Wyoga for some recent partnerships that we've been involved in with them, and the support of the department to also kind of make this a success. But our summer raffle, this year we called it Christmas in July, has been a great fundraiser for the fund to support daily operations. Our Wyoga partners, including Lori Alexander and Lee Livingston, who's here today, and also Mr. Jimmy Shell and Scott and Angie Denny. Angie's here, of course, but they're all great folks and great supporters of the Wildlife Fund and have been since we started. I'd also like to recognize the outfitters themselves who have supported this raffle for the past 2 years. Those have included Cy Gilliland with S&S, Quint Gonzalez with G4 Outfitters, Adam Todd with Blacktooth Excursions, Jim Shell with Rough Country Outfitters, Lee Livingston with Livingston Outfitters, Brian Taylor with Grovont Wilderness Outfitters, and Carl Sauerwein with Boulder Basin Outfitters. So we've had awesome support from the outfitting industry here in the state of Wyoming, and continue to work with them on a lot of cool projects in the future. And without the support of these outfitters and the commissioners who've donated the licenses to support some of these hunts, that raffle wouldn't have been possible. Over the last couple of years, we've raised $130,000 in unrestricted funds just to support the work of the Wildlife Fund. Thanks to everybody who's helped us. Additionally, I also want to give a shout out to Brianna and Nish for sharing our raffle page over 20 times on emails this year. We're excited to work and grow this fundraising opportunity even further with support of the department. So moving on, I want to give you a quick update on the Wildlife for Tomorrow initiative. That's our tourism and recreation business initiative of the Wildlife Fund that was founded by Taylor Phillips, our board member. We focus on 4 fundraising core areas: the wildlife barriers, wildlife diseases, wildlife research, and wildlife habitat. Let me keep moving ahead. I missed all the outfitter logos. Got distracted. That's our Wildlife for Tomorrow logo that you guys are familiar with. These are the 4 areas that we focus on for fundraising. So far, over 7 projects we've funded with $300,000 raised, and more than 90 businesses and individuals that have been on board and supported this program. We are hiring a new position to support this. That's a grant-supported position by the Storer and Hughes Foundation to support the work across the state to keep growing this initiative. So we're real excited to see that position come to fruition and kind of move that ball down the field. So on the Wildlife for Tomorrow initiative, one of the cool success stories has been the Pronghorn Pilsner. Many of you guys have tried the Pronghorn. It's a pretty good beer. Wind River Brewing has been a great supporter of this initiative from the very beginning. And so far, just through the sales of that beer in 1 year, just a little less than a year, actually, we've raised over $14,000. And that's 50 cents a 6-pack, or 8% of gross sales across the state. So it's available all around the state of Wyoming. We're continuing to grow the Pronghorn's name and let people know that it actually does support conservation. But anyway, it's a pretty cool success story. Just wanted to share that number with you guys. And then lastly, I want to talk a little bit about the changing of the guard. It's pretty cool to have been working with this guy for the last couple of years. Thanks for your years of service to Wyoming, Brian. Our wildlife has benefited greatly from your leadership. Thanks for having the vision to create the Wildlife Fund and to see it through and to see it be created. And make it a reality. Your leadership through both good times and bad times. Obviously, we've all been involved in some of that, but your leadership has really, it's been stellar and it's laid the groundwork for years of successful wildlife management, both in our state and across the country. So just wanted to give you thanks. And then I wanted to recognize this lady, Angie Bruce. It's awesome to have you on board and it's awesome to see you take over the reins. As a result of our relationship with Angie over the last couple of years, we've taken Wyoming to the place of a leadership role with Wyoming's wildlife highway crossing projects and all of the big game migration protection that's taken place in our state. The commission has supported that work. Thank you guys as well. And lastly, with Angie, this is kind of a really cool high note. Working with her, Chris and Angie worked really hard on this. The grant submission for the US 26 Wildlife Highway Crossing Project was submitted with 25 letters of support and a private financial commitment of $2.7 million, along with $5 million of state money that's committed to the project if it does make it past the federal jump that we need to see it through. But with collaboration with the Wildlife Fund, the Commission, YDOT and WWNRT, as well as our tribal partners, we're excited to see that take place. So Wildlife Fund is honored to support the commission and the department as your partner foundation and up and coming projects. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Brown? Thank you very much and make sure you let Chris know. Thank you.
Will
for
do.
everything you guys are doing.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Okay, we'll go into the public comment period. Lee Livingston. Welcome.
Thank you, President Ladwig, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. I'm Lee Livingston. I'm an outfitter up in Cody, Wyoming. I'm entering into my 40th season as a professional guide, 30th season as a professional outfitter, not near as many years as my friend Jimmy Shell back there, but needless to say, a bunch. I did present to you guys a list of topics that are the culmination of probably thousands of miles of riding down the trail with nothing else to think about. In the essence of time, I don't want to get in the way of Director Nesvik's comments. There's nothing on there that's pressing. It's just some topics I'd like to discuss with the commission. And if you want to talk about any of them, none of them, save it for a later date. I'm at your pleasure.
Anybody?
Mr. President, Lee, thank you.
Commissioner Roberts?
I took the liberty a little bit and I've taken your letter and I kind of circulated it out in kind of the community. If you I hope you don't mind. So I really like the idea of it. And I think if we get more involvement in it, I think it's some of the things that, because what you say is spot on. And I think we need to address it. And I thought, well, let me get it out to a few other, the hunters, the outfitters and stuff, just to kind of get an idea. But I sure appreciate the letter. And I think we need to address a lot of that. Thanks.
Yeah, I can echo, looking at the letter and echo those that it's things to be talked about. We agree, but maybe not today.
Nope. Agreed.
But,
we got more important things going on.
I think there's things down there that are becoming very important.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission. Thank you, Director Nesvik.
Aaron Lohr. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Director Nesmith and commissions. So the director already knows what I'm up here for, and so do a couple other people in the room. I've talked to him already about restocking the fish in the river here in Douglas. And I've got letters from the superintendent of schools, from the mayor, of the things that they're gonna do with this restocking of the fish. These guys really paid attention to what I had to say and they tried to help us out, but stocking a pond in town that the fish are gonna die just does not sit well with us. I've asked the people what they thought of that. and whether they like the idea of the sauger fish being the main fish being stocked for us to fish, and nobody likes either one of those ideas. We want fish in the river. So, and I realize it's a tough go. It's been explained to me why. Mostly, I see the biggest issue here is we're not getting the flush, and the heat, the temperature of the river. The gentleman from the hatchery mentioned that the temperature, he's gotten over 80 degrees. I spent 4 or 5 days here during the summer, during the hottest times, and got temperatures up to 75 degrees, which we all know is kind of hard on fish. So, but the only reason I'm up here is just to hope you guys can maybe brainstorm and give us what we want. That's it. So if there's any information or anything you guys have, any question, in the 70s, you with the town and the county spent a lot of money and effort putting those rocks in the river, trying to make a better fishing situation here. Over the years, they stocked it and the fishing was good. But again, I get the biologists why they don't want to stock the trout. But I was just hoping that y'all could just brainstorm a way to maybe get us some fish in the river. That's the only reason I'm here.
Anybody have any questions or comments? Director?
Yeah, if the commission's interested, we could arrange to have at the November meeting, just a presentation from Chief Osterlund or somebody he designates to just provide you an overview of the issue, because there definitely is a local group that is very interested, but there are some real challenges. The department's always interested in providing fishing opportunity where we think it's going to be effective. But anyway, in the interest of this gentleman's request, we're glad to, I'm writing checks, somebody else gets to cash, but I'm okay with that. We'll offer up Chief Osterlund if that's your desire for the November meeting.
Okay, that'd be great. So I just wanted to mention that we did put out a petition. We got over 900 signatures on it. So people are interested in fishing in town, So at any rate, that's all I want to take your time up for, guys.
Thank you.
And girls, sorry.
Chief Osterlund, you're on for November. Anything else? Any call to the public? Anybody in the public with comments at this time? Director Nesvik? Whoa.
Whoa. Wow.
This is our time. I've been asked to present some things to the director in honor of his retirement. But before I do that, I'd like to offer the opportunity to the commissioners. If you'd like to have a little speech, now is the time. Start on this end.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll keep it short because we got a lot to do here, but I'll keep my friend comments for later in the day. But as a leader, as a director, as a life commitment to this agency, you did a fantastic job. I'm most proud of the team you put together. Good work's going to continue. Thank you.
Commissioner Lundvall.
When I first joined the commission, I think we've all mentioned before, it's like drinking out of a water hose. It's just so much information. And so it was such a wonderful experience to be able to know, not only could we go to you for anything, but that your leadership was trickling down through all the different employees and all the different programs. Specifically, I'm thankful for the Inspire a Kid camps. I think that that's amazing to see those generational things continue, and just the realization that you have that it really does matter to give back, especially to that younger generation. So hoping those continue after you're gone, and just really thankful for your leadership.
Commissioner Dolovich.
What an inspiration. I've never met anybody like Brian Nesvik. He's been just awesome. He'll get up in front of people and talk about anything in depth, anything that comes up. He just amazes me. And I wish the best for him in his endeavors.
Thanks.
Commissioner Bell.
Yeah, thank you. So I got to know Brian a lot through the Wildlife Task Force, and before that, I didn't know him a lot, and didn't really have any sights set on being on the commission, but ended up here and was very lucky, and through that, getting to know him, I'm blessed to have him be a part of my life now, and really aspire to be maybe half or a quarter or 10% of the leader that he is. So we're lucky to have him. Good luck in everything, and yeah, that. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's kind of ironic that this is where you started your water polo career, or was it water volleyball career?
Yep.
And now it's nothing. They took away the pool because they couldn't replicate it. But thank you. It's been an honor. And I'm with Commissioner Brokaw. I'll probably save the friend things, but you are my friend, and you will always be my friend. And you are absolute. Everything you have done in your life has been excellence. And we appreciate that, something to follow. So thank you. And good luck with your water polo. Now you're done.
Commissioner Masterson.
Thank
Last
you,
but not
Mr.
least.
President. Oh, I don't know. You know, before I got on the commission, I knew you in passing, but certainly by reputation. Since being on the commission, I should have just stuck with the reputation, Brian. Think about it. Think about it. The impact that one person can have when they're in the right place at the right time is a thing to behold. And I stand in utter amazement at your skills. And I was over here and I figured the easiest thing to do would be, here's a list of adjectives that I would use to describe you. Commitment, knowledge, manner, leadership, advocacy, steadiness, ability to build consensus, expertise, even when you're wrong, and your dedication to making the state a better place and taking care of the most precious resource we have is inspirational. And you've left that inspirational legacy, and you can be proud of that, and I hope you are. Personally, I thank you for your service and your commitment and your friendship. I can never thank you enough for your support, but most of all, your patience. I wish you the very best, Brian.
Director, it's really hard to talk sometimes when you have to tell a friend that they've done a good job. And I appreciate being your friend, and I hope it continues. It's been a wonderful almost 6 years for me to be involved with your expertise and your leadership. Thank you very much. I'd like to present you, if you'd come up here, sir. Small token of the department's appreciation. I was asked to present that to you.
Thank you.
And a plaque that says Brian R. Nesvik, 1995, 2024, in appreciation for the many years of dedicated service to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and the wildlife resources of Wyoming.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Get that.
Now can I go? Well, thank you very kindly. Those were very heartfelt words that mean a lot to me. And, you know, I think what all of you just said serves as a predicate to what I wanted to talk about in the final time that I address you on the record. Certainly not address you in other ways, but address you on the record and in front of the public. I wanted to use this time today in the water polo court, as you mentioned. You know, this used to be, for those of you that weren't here yesterday, this used to be a swimming pool when I went to the law enforcement academy. And tell you the truth, there's a few of us in the room that when we came back here for a commission meeting, we were having some flashbacks, and not all of them were great. So some of them were good, some of them weren't, but anyway, I wanted to use my time today, and certainly I'll have some more thoughts later today, but to really express appreciation. I had the opportunity earlier in the week to just address the department, and really that was my message to the department as well. But today, there's really three entities that I want to express my appreciation for, and which will ultimately lead to a conclusion that that I want to leave you with. So first of all, this commission, second of all, the great people of our state, and third of all, the great agency that wears a red shirt and drives a green truck. I think it has become very evident that commissions make a difference. And when I talked to you here in just a second about all of the things that I'm most proud of being involved with here in the recent past anyway, I think that it will become very apparent how much commissions make a difference. People that are invested, people that are involved, people that care, people that are passionate, people that don't allow personal agendas to get in the way of doing great work for the state of Wyoming. That's pretty darn cool. And that's what we see with the commission we have here before us. So first of all, thank all of you. It's really a cool opportunity for you. I realize you're all doing this because you love it and you want to, but I also know that it takes your own personal investment, your own personal time, and you all are busy people that have a lot of other stuff to do. Thank you for doing what you do for our state. And I do really appreciate the fact that our governor has taken such an interest in appointing really good folks to the commission. He puts a lot of time, energy, and thought into making sure that you all were the right fit, and he did exceptionally well. So there's, you know what, and there's a legacy that lasts. There's a lot of carryover. There's a lot of hangover that happens when good people serve on the commission. You're essentially leading your predecessor, or I'm sorry, your successor. And so don't think that all of the work that you do, you're doing stuff on the ground that helps wildlife in our state, but you're also showing, developing a model and showing the future commissions what the right way looks like. We don't do anything that we do, the commission or the department, without public support. That's the way that our state decided was the right model for Wyoming a long, long time ago. Lawmakers said, you know what? Wildlife's property of the state. Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, Wyoming Game and Fish Department, you are entrusted with managing that resource that everybody owns and trust for the public. That, if you think about it, is a pretty heavy responsibility. And because the public owns wildlife in our state and they have a vote, and because the public has a vote, we don't get to do anything that we think is important for our state and for wildlife without their support. We have absolutely phenomenal, incredible people in our state. You've heard from some of them here today. We have a constituency that's engaged. We have, and I will tell you that through my time working with working in the department, there's a lot of cool stuff I did out on the ground. But one of the things I enjoyed the most was interacting with the people of our state, hunters, fishermen, and, outfitters, landowners, little old ladies that were relying on me to come solve their biggest problem of the day, like come get the bat out of my house. Those kind of interactions seem pretty mundane and routine, but those are some of the things that I really think back on as far as what's really important to our state. We have to have those folks to support what we do, or we don't do it anymore. And obviously the agency that supports this great state, wears a red shirt, drives a green truck, works at a computer in Cheyenne in a corner office somewhere, works maintaining our buildings, works taking care of our WHMAs, takes care of our fish hatcheries, manages wildlife out on the ground, manages habitat, works with other agencies. The list is very, very long, but the folks at this agency, regardless of whether they're out on the ground every day or whether they're in a support role, are second to none, cream of the crop. I'd put them against anybody. And that, certainly I have biases. I'll admit that. But the quality, the caliber of our agency and the people that work here is not just Nesvic's opinion. That is recognized far and wide outside the boundaries of our state. It's recognized within the boundaries of our state. Each and every day I did this job, I had an opportunity to hear from somebody to tell me how cool one of our people or several of our people were. And I can tell you that's pretty darn gratifying. That sometimes makes rough days get a hell of a lot better. My hat's off to my folks. They're phenomenal. And I will tell you that the separation anxiety I've been feeling over this last few weeks and really intensified the last couple days relates a lot to the care and the relationship I have with the folks of this agency. You know, the department's in a really good spot. Despite the fact that I've got this little separation anxiety going on, I feel very, very good about this decision and the fact that the department is poised to continue to go upward and onward and do great things. I think sometimes we forget we can use occasions like this to look back on big accomplishments for our agency and for our state. And there's some things that I had at least a small part in that I'm most proud of that I wanted to mention here today. And I had the opportunity to do this with the department the other day too. But first of all, it's been mentioned many times. I think that one of the most important things we do is provide opportunities for kids to have that experience that we all had at some point that got us hooked. And the work that this department's done and the public's done, the commission's done, guys like Nate have done, Wildlife Fund, all the NGOs, Scott and Angie Denny, that effort, that initiative, that campaign, I am extremely proud of because I really believe that that's where you have an impact 30 years down the road. Got to have people that care in 30 years and they got to get hooked. Protecting our state from what I believe it would be the cancer of our water and keeping quagga and zebra mussels out of our state. That didn't happen by accident. If we had done nothing, we would have that cancer in the water of our state. And so my hat's off to those folks that sit out there at those check stations in 100 degrees and deal with sometimes not very pleasant people who really are just trying to go have fun, but don't want to be interrupted on their way. But the department's done great work there. Wildlife crossings, this commission, past commissions have made that a high priority. And now you look at what we've done on the ground and it's absolutely incredible. The amount of new opportunity for wildlife and people to be safer on our highways is incredible. There's no other state that's done what we've done in the last few years on crossings. It's very cool. We've heard about access and acquisitions. I will tell you that in my career, starting in 95, the first major property acquisition didn't occur till a couple of years ago with the Ellis property. And then another one recently with the Mule Creek property. Long period of time there where we weren't able to do those kind of acquisitions. These two lined up just right. Willing seller, willing buyer, develop public support. Got it done, and that's pretty darn cool, as well as some really large scale access program or projects in the western part of the state, Bear River Divide, Raymond Mountain, others. Our sportsmen crave more and more access, and those two things are forever. They move the needle forever. Our migration policy, if you would have been sitting in those chairs 10 years ago, half of our commission meetings would have at least a portion of them dedicated to arguing and bickering and fighting over what we were going to do about migration corridors. In the last 5 years, due in large part to Governor Gordon's leadership, we've been able to establish policy that actually works. And you just executed again on that policy yesterday and used it to for what it was intended for. That's continuing to maintain the ability for wildlife in our state to be able to move from one habitat type to the other. I'm proud of the war on cheatgrass. I think that we've got a long ways to go, but it's starting to really resonate around our state. I told the story to the department the other day. Angie and I were sitting in a mini cabinet meeting the other day with other agencies that are involved in these fires up in Northeast Wyoming. And you know what? Everybody was talking about what are we gonna do about invasive annual grasses, and that would not have happened 5 or 6 years ago. This department has really put its best foot forward to deal with what I think is the cancer on the ground. I just talked about the cancer in the water. invasive annual grasses, or cancer on the ground. Very proud of our financial position. This commission's shown a lot of wisdom. Previous commissioners have shown a lot of wisdom, and the department has executed well in putting us in a spot that has not existed. As far as I can look back, we've not been in a financial position like this. We've done very well and done a good job with sportsman dollars. We certainly have some needs now, but we're on our way to be able to meet those needs for the future. Lastly, facilities, we used to have to go every time we needed something. We needed a building, we needed a new fish hatchery, we needed to improve a fish hatchery. We had to go to the legislature and beg and say, please give us money. We've got this need, our sportsmen need it. And now we are in a position where the last several facilities that we've addressed, that we've taken care of, either improved or built, we've done that with our own commission dollars. And that's pretty darn impressive. That warm, cool water hatchery at Spees it's a huge step. Number one, a lot of people don't realize this, to protect our state, to make sure we don't import bad stuff when we bring fish in. But number two, to take care of the needs of our anglers and the wants and what our anglers around the state want. So those are some things that there's a long list of other great stuff this department's done, and but I wanted to mention those specifically. As I leave, again, I'm very, very optimistic. The department's in a great spot. Our agency still maintains a strong set of values and character and culture, history, honor. We have great people who care. We have great natural resources. We have wildlife in this state that's unrivaled. We have an outstanding commission and a really dedicated team. And I just wanted to thank all of you for what you do. And I look forward to many hunting and fishing trips with all of you and my other friends out here in the future. And thank you very much.
With that, I think if there's no more business, is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I would like to make a motion that we adjourn this meeting.
There's motion's been made and seconded. Everybody's in favor of that?
We are.
Motion. Meeting's adjourned.